Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll start out with a panel discussion on what has happened in women's health historically, where we are, a very exciting time. And then because the foundation is predominantly involved in building collaborations, we are going to spend the sort of second half of the morning session just doing some program development. So I hope you're all okay to pitch in and do some work. We have divided you into 3 disease areas. And the goal is, when we do these types of public-private partnership development, it's typically led by our colleagues from NIH or academic investigators or industry partners. But really, we want to flip this and have it be patient-centered. So all of those breakout groups will have representations from experts, lived experience experts in the space. So we're excited about having programs be patient-centered. We'll then follow that with short talks. So FNIH already has a lot of different programs that do a pretty good job, I think, of engaging patient voices. And we'll give you 3 vignettes of that so you can understand how we do this work and love some feedback as well. And then we'll wrap up the day with a focus on anti-obesity medication, which is something that I think a lot of us have been hearing about and thinking about. And it has important implications in women's health issues. So we'll do a sort of a focus on a particular area. So that's the agenda for today. And if I can advance a slide. Towards what? I'd like to say that this is not normal, but this is how I operate most days with help from my friends. Okay. Oh, yeah, you can point towards that computer. Okay. Sorry, I'm going in the wrong direction. Okay. Okay, so our goals for today are, we have identified 3 areas and a 4th one if the obesity discussion yields a program area. So I've been optimistic here in listing 4 bullets. And we want to make sure we understand with the experts in the room how these diseases impact women and what would be the areas that we can develop, what outcomes would we want to have, and how can we move forward. And at some point, if possible, and if this meeting serves, if it serves a purpose, we would love to develop a white paper out of what comes out of this. So FNIH, this is our tagline: we build, produce to breakthrough, very, very proudly so. We have many programs that bridge public and private sector partners. And we hope that we can do that in a patient-centric manner as a result of this meeting. Okay, so I can go through this real quick. Why women's health? So this is a World Economic Forum report, and many other groups have summarized this as well. But of course, focusing on women's health will positively impact global health and economy. Only 5% of women's health is related to maternal and gynecological issues. However, majority of the time people think about women's health, they think about reproductive challenges. 47% is related to diseases that disproportionately impact women. This is also includes all of our autoimmune diseases. And 4% of conditions that impact women, they impact women differently. Unfortunately, 50% of the health burden occurs during a woman's working age, and this is a huge detriment to our economic progress. And 25% of women's life has been found to be spent in poor health. The report identifies 4 major issues that negatively impact, and I've just summarized this. We don't fully understand the biological science. We'll talk about that a little bit why. There's not enough data. There's not enough gender-specific care, and there is, of course, a lack of investment, and we'll talk about all of these issues with our experts. There's lots of movement in the space. 60% of top deals are focused on research programs in endometriosis, fertility, and maternal health, but these are all women-specific diseases, and we would love to see more work in diseases that impact women, even if they're not so specific to female organs. So with that, I just want to introduce our panel. And actually, I'm just going to go and sit over and let them introduce themselves.
Tanya, do you want us to introduce before we each speak, or just do all introductions first? What's your preference?
Just sit down first. So maybe we can start with you, Dr. Clayton, and if you introduce yourself, where you're from, just give a little bit background of the work you've been doing at Office for Research in Women's Health.
Sure, happy to do that. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Janine Clayton. I'm the NIH Associate Director for Research on Women's Health at NIH. In that capacity, I am directing the Office of Research on Women's Health. We're excited to be with you here today. I'm always thrilled to be at meetings and forums where patients' voices are centered. And I think that it's fantastic that FNIH is having this summit this year focused on women's health. Women's health is having a moment. Women's health research is having a moment, and we're thrilled to be able to support, lead, and coordinate some of those efforts at the National Institutes of Health. Historically, our office was founded out of advocacy. Women were not being included in research. There was inattention to the issues related to women being included, and there was really a lack of awareness and understanding of how important it is to include women in studies, because findings from men cannot be generalizable to women. This wasn't really out of a malevolent exclusion. This was a lack of understanding and some over-reliance on male animal models, as well as some factors around concern about women's hormones being disruptive to the research. Those were some of the reasons. And of course, the risk of women becoming pregnant during a study. All of these factors were at play historically. But I do want to just share that it was the Women's Caucus in Congress, a bipartisan bicameral group, as well as others in the women's health research advocacy space, essentially demanded that NIH create an office and attention to these issues. So the NIH inclusion policy, which is legislation that actually mandates that women and underrepresented racial and ethnic groups must be included in NIH-supported clinical research, is also at our foundation. We were founded in 1990, that was 1993, as part of the NIH Revitalization Act. And so we have legislation, we have policy, we have advocacy at our basis, and we like to say inclusion is in our DNA. And so as the office was formed, there was also a congressionally mandated NIH-wide coordinating committee formed. So there are 27 institutes and centers at NIH. They are not organized in a single framework, meaning some are about a disease, National Cancer Institute. Some are focused on an organ system, National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute. Some are focused on a life stage, National Institute on Aging, as an example. But every single one of those institutes conducts women's health research. Women's health is part of NIH research writ large, and it's woven into our fabric through policies like the one that I mentioned, and I'm going to mention another one in a moment, and programs. And so here's a second policy for you. With the 21st Century Cures Act, there were additional expansions to the inclusion policy, including people of all ages. Why that's important for women's health? Because older women were not particularly being included because of exclusion. Common exclusion criteria would be age or multiple chronic conditions, which is an issue in particular for women. And so inclusion across the lifespan expanded our policy, and then new requirements that result from applicable phase 3 clinical trials. Now, this is broadening beyond NIH. Applicable phase 3 clinical trials must report their results by sex or gender, race, and ethnicity, results, not enrollment, into the clinicaltrials.gov website. So that was amazing and a fantastic advance. And then in 2016, I was thrilled to work with Dr. Francis Collins and others to lead the development of the NIH Sex as a Biological Variable policy. Basically, that was designed to try to connect across the entire research continuum. So we have clinical research where people are now included, women are included, but we had preclinical research, our animal models of human disease, models, which were predominantly, that animal research was predominantly done in male animals. And so the Sex as a Biological Variable, or SABV policy, states that NIH expects that our investigators account for sex as a biological variable in their research design, analysis, and reporting, and that they justify single-sex studies. So the presumption is that males and females are included unless there is justification scientifically and appropriately for single-sex studies at the preclinical level. And the SABV policy also applies to clinical research. And so that way we're trying to connect the dots across the entire research continuum through policy. What about programs, research programs? So as I mentioned, every institute has women's health research as part of their effort, but at ORWH, we're located in the NIH Office of the Director. So we have the opportunity to work across the institutes and coordinate those efforts through, for example, leading the NIH-wide strategic planning. Excited to share with you, we just released the newest strategic plan. You can get that on our website, nih.gov/women. And that's the plan for all of NIH for women's health. So we have these big goals, objectives that we're all moving forward to, and they're well aligned with the NIH strategic plan, which for the first time lists women's health as a cross-cutting topic. And we include in our strategic plan for women's health research a need for advancing interdisciplinary research and integrative approaches. That's been part of ORWH since its beginning, but it is particularly salient based on the most recent Executive Order 14120, Advancing Innovation and Women's Health, where interdisciplinary approaches are particularly called out. And so we have our own research programs. We call them signature research programs. I'm only going to mention a few because I'm going to make sure we have time for all of our panelists. The Specialized Centers of Research Excellence, or SCORE program, is NIH's only center-level program focused on sex differences research. It has laboratory component, a translational component, a clinical component, a career advancement component, and an administrative core. And we partner with 7 or 8 institutes and centers on that. Our BIRCH program was created to expand the cadre of people doing women's health research, the researchers, and we've supported over 800 of those scholars, BIRCH scholars, in collaboration with multiple institutes and centers. Those folks tend to be more successful than their peers in securing additional research funding. And we're coming up on our 25th anniversary for the BIRCH next year. And our annual meeting is like in 3 weeks. And our annual SCORE meeting is in like 3 weeks the next day. So we've got a lot on our plate right now. And we'd love to have you join us for any of those events. I'm going to end with our most recent program. And that is not our most recent program, but I want to feature one, which is the NIH's first ever R01. So that's our bread and butter grant. That's investigator initiated. Somebody has an idea and they want to apply for funding on sex and gender. The combination of those biological factors, sex, multiple traits, for example, anatomy, chromosomes, physiology, and other, and then gender, a sociocultural variable, which is also critically important for the health of women in particular. But this program, you have to look at both together, which we think is particularly important for the health of women. Our perspective is a life course one, and I'm happy to talk a little bit more about some of the White House initiative activities if that's what you're interested in, but I wanted to just give you the big broad stroke view of how we do what we do at NIH. Delighted to be with you all here today. I'm going to pass the mic to my colleague, Carol Lee, for her introduction and remarks.
Thanks, Janine. You're always a tough act to follow, but I'm so happy to collaborate with you. And I'm delighted to be here, so thank you so much for including me. So I'm here as a business person. I'm not a scientist, but I bring a different lens and a different perspective. And I had the great pleasure of building a business over a 25-year period. That led me, because the business was 85% women, to understand what happened when women were not at work and the economic impact that made. So I kind of registered that, but was much too busy running the business to really understand what that meant until a little bit later. And during that time, I have been fortunate enough to partner with the Estee Lauder companies and asked to join the board of the Breast Cancer Research Foundation when it first started, and served on that board for 25 years. The reason that that's important is that that was how I learned about research. Fast forward to delighted to be able to sell my business, which if you build something on your kitchen table to something of any magnitude, that's an exciting time, especially growing up in one bedroom, one bath apartment. So I then had the opportunity to try to figure out what's next. And because I had always had the ability to convene lots of other exciting business women, I decided that I really wanted to dig further into this idea of what was the economic impact of women not being at work, and how is it? I knew a lot of data from growing up in that breast cancer environment, and understood how marketing really impacted the outcomes for breast cancer ultimately. And so I started hosting conferences focused on the health of women. And I started gathering a lot of data, a lot of which you know, but I'll just throw out a couple of data points only because it obviously piggybacks on the brilliance and the incredible work that Janine in her office does. But, you know, for well-heeled and intellectually curious business people, if you start throwing out things like 80% of the population that has autoimmune disease is women. Women are twice as likely to die of a heart attack after the first year than men. Alzheimer's is 2/3 of the population is women. Women are twice as likely to have Alzheimer's as men. And it just goes on and on and on. I would start throwing out this information and everyone would look at me like, can't be right. So the first thing is lack of awareness. No one knows as much as Janine and my peers know, unfortunately. And we all kind of sat around and we said, what are we going to do about it? Because we're all very action-driven people. And we decided to think about what the economic impact was of what would happen if we were to accelerate investment in women's health research. This is about 5 years ago in Colorado. And it seems, you know, in fact, I have to tell you, there is so much momentum and so much enthusiasm, so much excitement, so much movement right now, that for me to say that to you, maybe seems a little strange, but 5 years ago, we started asking these questions. No one really had an interest, or, you know, I would say, I think there's an economic argument here, and let's try and figure it out. And so basically what I did was ask 10 of my friends to put some money in to do a study with the Rand Corporation, because clearly, not only am I not a scientist, I'm not an economist. And I knew that to have kind of data that anyone would listen to would need grounding at a much higher level. It took us about 1.5 years to work with the Rand Corporation to do 4 studies in areas that affected women predominantly, exclusively, differently. I think there's a 4th one, but it's okay. And we studied 4 different disease areas that would affect women in their lifetime, which were brain health, autoimmune, cardiovascular, and cancer. And what we found was rather, as Rand kept saying on our weekly calls, was rather profound. First of all, no one up until that point had asked the question, what's the economic impact? So I think that's an important thing for us to focus on, because up until that time, all the scientists that we would talk to, all the researchers that we would talk to, would have anecdotal stories to tell us about bias, intended or unintended, or other situations that might be preventing them from growing their research. But economically, if you looked at the allocation by NIH to each of those diseases, without getting into 15, 12, 7, 4 being heart disease. If heart disease is the #1 killer of women, how do you allocate 4.5% to studying women's heart disease, which is basically a different disease than men's heart disease? So what happened was that added up, that 15, 12, 7, 4 represented a number of $350 million. If you double that number according to Rand's microsimulation model,
got to return to the environment, you got to return to the economy of $14 billion. Who wouldn't want to do that? Why is that not sound? And that's kind of the beginning of how WHAM created the WHAM reports. And I think in working with Janine and meeting with Janine very early on, to even ask Janine, is this a good idea? And thank you, Janine, because I'm not sure I would have moved forward. I think hopefully we've had some impact on this momentum that's happening right now, which obviously I'm excited about. At the same time, we put together what we refer to as our research collaborative, and it's now almost 100 of the leading researchers in the country from representing different geographic and locations and institutions, with the idea of being able to tap into their wisdom to understand how this could impact them and how we could work more collaboratively with them to help spur communication with different parts of the ecosystem, because we feel also very strongly that through convenings, it's important to bring together different voices and different ideas. This isn't going to happen if we all stay in our own silos. At one of our convenings a year ago, June, which was a celebration of the 30th anniversary of the Revitalization Act, we did honor Barbara Mikulski, Connie Morella, Vivian Pan, and Janine and everyone else who was able to join us. And then in the afternoon, we hosted a roundtable discussion and brought together all those different people from advocacy, finance, investment, all of the different parts of the constituency, with the idea of you have 3 years, not 30. What can we change in 3, not 30? And so we established our concept of 3, not 30, which was to say, if we all could give an idea of what we might be able to impact and change, what would that look like? And we synthesized all of that and came up with these 3 goals. The first goal, which everyone wanted to see happen, was double that $350 million number. Well, who knew that the Biden administration, thank you, that November would in fact say, do what they did, and Joe Biden getting up at State of the Union, and then Jill Biden obviously taking this on in his initiative, and Carolyn Missouri, who validated my very first bits of data, because I live in Connecticut and she was in New Haven at the time. And so that's an amazing start to doubling that number. But the second part of that goal was to recognize that less than 2% of VC money is allocated to women's startups, less than 1% in health, other than cancer, which is 3%. Why is that acceptable? Women are 52% of the population, 51% of the workforce, own 60% of the wealth in the country, make 85% of the spending decisions, and 80% of the healthcare decisions for their families. Why is that acceptable? And the answer is it isn't. And what we decided to do is to challenge that, which I'll get to in a moment. Then the second goal is clinical trials. Why is it acceptable that less than 5% of the women in clinical trials are Black? That is not acceptable to me, shouldn't be to anyone. And it certainly, I don't think, was what the Revitalization Act mandated 30 years ago. Clinical trials are a major focus for us. And to that point, we have put together our first PPAP, which is Walgreens, Northwell Health, KPMG, who gave WHAM $1 million gift recently to do another research project, which I'll get to, and WHAM. And the third goal is to create accountability indexes. Why? Because I think it's time that we hold people accountable. And I think there's a way to do that with pointing to those who are doing things well without pointing to those who aren't. It's obvious. And we're having some fun with that. Remember, we're a not-for-profit, and WHAM was established as a not-for-profit, which I think gives me a different kind of leeway than running a company. And obviously a different mindset when I wake up in the morning. Those are basically our 3 not 30 goals. And what we announced over the past couple of days, and what we've been working with KPMG is, and to go back to that 2%, which I know Julia is going to love, is the idea that we're going to have to follow the money. And as much as we want more money to flow to research, I have to figure out where that money is coming from, not only for research, but how that research gets translated into viable corporate entities. And I want to point out a wonderful story that I read or heard recently about Jennifer Doudna, who, of course, as you know, built CRISPR. And she grew up in California, in Hawaii. And while she was in junior high, she was visited, her school was visited by a scientist. And she was so taken by the work of that scientist. And she said, I want to become a scientist. And she did, obviously, as we all know. And ultimately, she wound up at Berkeley, and her partner, Emmanuel Charpentier, and Jennifer worked together in the lab. She had no idea of what a business might look like. She had no idea about money or how to fund a lot of her research, but CRISPR was born. What have we missed? How many women, is my question to you, have we missed because they haven't either had a scientist visit them or they haven't had the opportunities that she had? And she didn't need to know a lot of the things that we feel scientists do need to know, because that even makes it, I think, a more credible and an obvious path. So as much as we have the research collaborative, we asked KPMG if they would help us fund and help us both with AI and with a team of people to ask the same question that we asked about research. What would happen if we accelerate investment? What does that look like in women's businesses? If we could support women who are either researchers and want to develop a business, what does that look like? Where does the money come from? And so that study right now is underway, and those findings will be released in January. The second part of that is that we've announced, actually, I think yesterday or today, our investment collaborative. Well, what is that? Similar to the research collaborative, I need guidance. Remember, I'm just a lowly business person. And, you really need people, I think, who have a lot of power. And 38% of the population is white male, but 98% of the VC decisions are made by that group. I believe very strongly, and the evidence is there in every way, as all of you know, that diversity is what drives change. We need diverse groups of people at the table making decisions. If 98% of the people at the table, and this is not meant to be, I love my male colleagues, but let's be realistic. If all decisions are made by either a group of women or a group of men, they're different decisions. I've served on several for-profit boards, and I understand very clearly, having been the first female or the only female, what it meant then to grow it to be 50% female. I know what that dialogue looks like, and all of you do too. That investment collaborative has reached out to the billion-dollar firms. We know about the there is no $100 million firm company VC for women. I think the largest is 65 or 70, Steel Sky, and goes down from there. Is that, you'll correct me. But it doesn't matter. The billion-dollar firms are where we're at. And we now have about 8, we'll have about 20 before we announce this completely. Why? Because they're the ones who can move the needle. And they're the ones who we can facilitate with our research collaborative. I feel like going back is too, I'm sorry. And that's an important next step. And remember, we're very action-oriented. So I think I'll stop there because clearly you could see I could go on for a while. And Julia needs to correct some of my data, so it's all good. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Julia Owens, and I'm coming from that private women's healthcare venture-backed side of the world. I wear multiple hats in representing that segment today. I'm a scientist by training. I've worked in biotech companies for the last 25 years. 2 of those have been in women's healthcare. I've been a CEO of 2 biotech companies, and today I work part-time with Google Ventures, investing specifically in women's healthcare. GB is one of those larger. GB gets $1 billion a year from Alphabet to invest. Now, about half of that goes into healthcare, and a much smaller segment of that goes into women's healthcare. But we have made 17 investments in women's healthcare for over $200 million. So that is one of the larger private investment groups. I also am currently working with a group out of Mass General Brigham, starting a new company in women's healthcare. And then I'm on the board of directors of Bio and am co-chairing our women's health task force and in seeking to support many of the common goals we have up here. Adding to what Carol Lee had to say, I mean, I think that the data are all excellent, and it's incredible what WHAM has done to provide that economic analysis and bring the conversation. Having worked in women's healthcare for about 20 years now, it is tangible how much the last 2 years do show a momentum shift and more interest in funding basic research and better understanding the differences in disease between men and women. Where there's still the huge gap is taking that and changing it into companies that are actually developing therapies for these diseases, and that it's particularly that investment gap. I have raised money from a company pursuing women's healthcare twice, and it is so much harder than working in other therapeutic areas. Investors are just highly skeptical that these conditions are real. Hot flashes, yeah, they're just a bother. Or PCOS, no, women just take birth control pills, not a real issue. These are met. Endometriosis, I don't think there's a very big market. It doesn't impact enough people for this to be worthwhile, are things I hear regularly. So there's a lack of understanding of that. There's the lack of understanding of underlying biology. What are the targets that we should be going after with drugs? And that will be improved as we improve understanding of the basic research. And then I think what we talked a little bit about before we sat down today is there's also a problem because the venture capital business model where most of these dollars go to back these companies is they invest in the company with an expectation of return within 5 to 10 years, which means an exit. Where the vast majority of exits come are because the company is acquired. And so a biotech company will raise, say, $100 million to take a preclinical concept all the way through to phase 2 proof of concept, showing the product works. And in most therapeutic areas, show clinical proof of concept, and you're going to get acquired for $1 billion. And those investors just got their 10x return for taking on that high risk investment in a product. That doesn't happen in women's healthcare. There are not enough large companies who are buying those smaller innovative companies. Most of the large pharmas have divested or pulled away from women's healthcare. And so there aren't companies to buy the small companies, and therefore the investors don't want to invest because they're worried that even if they do, they won't get their return on the back end. And so to me, that we're working, I think incredible progress has been made in starting to add more dollars to understanding the basic science. We have a growing number of women in investment seats wanting to invest in women's healthcare, but until we can demonstrate that those exits and those returns will be there, it's going to be really hard. So lots of things to discuss. Glad to represent the biotech and investor piece of this ecosystem, and thrilled to continue the conversation.
Right. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm Katie Schubert. I'm president and CEO of the Society for Women's Health Research. We were founded in 1990, the same year as the Office of Research on Women's Health, and really on the basis of advocating for additional funding for women's health research, additional women in women's health research, and to help stand up and advocate for the offices of women's health across the federal agencies. So really rooted in advocacy, but also rooted in this idea of gaps in knowledge that we've all heard about, right? Really demanding, as Janine said, that women should be included in clinical trials. It's riskier to not include them than to include them, and really asking the questions of why is this the case? So worked a lot to make a lot of progress there, although it is not enough, I would say, as we're hearing, and we all know, and I think that's why we're here, to begin thinking about these issues that differently, disproportionately, specifically. There is one more. There is a fourth. Is it different, disproportionate? Anyway, we'll get there. Maybe there is third. Anyway, all of these things are basically everything when you think about healthcare, right? So I would urge us all to be thinking about it. I think to your point, Julia, like how do we integrate this back into this broader ecosystem so that all health is women's health and women's health is all health? We really need to be thinking about it from that perspective. All of the issues that we're looking at today and then some, we have programs in, we really look at sort of what is the state of the science when we are thinking about things like endometriosis and fibroids, maternal health, menopause, which we all now are saying loudly and proudly, particularly as we're experiencing those hot flashes in the middle of meetings, and heart disease and autoimmune conditions and Alzheimer's disease and bone health and. So I think this lifespan approach is really important as we're thinking about how do we advocate for better and broader inclusion of women? How do we ensure that the basis of knowledge is really rooted in sex differences, in gender-based science, so that there is a full understanding of what we mean when we talk about women's health. We're not just talking about lady parts. We are, but it's not the only thing we're talking about. And to the point that hormones are difficult, I think we just have to embrace that because it is very real. So really thinking about making the case for better investment, for really making these calls to action. And then the last thing I will say, because this always gets me really fired up, and I'm a recovering lobbyist, so that's what my background is really representing patient advocacy organizations, representing physician organizations. I started my career on Capitol Hill a million years ago now. It was like 20 years ago. It's totally different now than it was then. But one of the reasons I think we haven't had these conversations is because I think we all thought that if we follow these rules and do these things like advocate in front of Congress, let's sort of have these conversations within the regulatory agencies. Let's do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, that we would have made more progress. And I think it's pretty clear that until and unless people start really speaking up and making noise about it, everyone's talking about this now. President was super excited to say the word menopause when he announced the executive order. So we need to leverage that. So I think that's one thing why we're hearing more about this, even though I can tell you 35 years ago, I have boxes of documents in my office that say the exact same things we're saying right now, is really making sure we have the right messengers and we're building this momentum and working together. But the other thing that I would point out to the investment side is that one of the issues, and I think that's why Carolee's work is so important, right? We have to make sure we're making the economic case. Endometriosis and autoimmune conditions and bone health and are not conditions that are lethal. They do impact your quality of life. They do impact your employment and your work life. Hot flashes, also sleep disruptions. I don't know, I brain fog all the time. This is very impactful. So that's how we can make the case. But I think part of the reason, in addition to women just not being included and thinking we can just extrapolate the data out, is that it doesn't rise to the level of an important quote unquote issue to be addressed in healthcare. So I would say, I think from my perspective, I'm really excited that this issue is being taken on like this, and that the topics that you all have picked really, I think, exemplify a lot of that so that we can really dig in and create some action here. So thank you.
Morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Yes?
Yes,
Okay, so
I can hear you.
you can hear me? Can you guys hear me back there? So Kavitha Vasish, I'm the Associate Commissioner for Women's Health at the FDA, and in that role, I also direct the Office of Women's Health. And so to give a little bit of perspective as to why we exist, I think we do have to go back and go back a little bit into history. So many of you know of drugs like thalidomide that were being used in Europe in the 50s. It was not approved in the US, but it caused fetal malformations. And what that led to was some policy in the 70s where the FDA put out, which said, we want to get more data, and we don't want women of reproductive potential in the phase 1 and phase 2 trials until we get more information. But that actually led in practice to women of reproductive potential being excluded from clinical trials. Fast forward into the early 90s, a government accountability report came out and highlighted that women weren't in these trials, and FDA responded pretty swiftly a year later and put out guidance that removed some of those restrictions that were there in the 70s. And then a couple of years later, in 1998, it put out a pair of regulations. And the regulations say that if you have an investigational new drug or a new drug application, you have to present the data by sex, race, age, and ethnicity. In between that, 1998, in 1994, the Office of Women's Health was created because of advocacy, because people felt that there was a need. And we work to advocate for the inclusion of women in clinical trials, for data analyses. We work across the FDA. So we're not in the product center. So many of you may have heard of the Center for Drugs, Biologics. devices, that's where the regulatory decisions are made about whether products should be approved or not. We work in the Office of the Commissioner, and we're a direct report to the Commissioner. So from our lens, we get to work across FDA. And we work through 4 different mechanisms. One is driving policy. I'll talk a little bit about some of the guidances that FDA has out there. The other is research. So we're a small office, but we do fund research, and we want to fund impactful research that answers questions that would enhance the work that we do at FDA. So we have an intramural research program that funds FDA researchers. We also have an extramural. In recent years, we've expanded through our collaborations through the Centers of Excellence in Regulatory Science. We fund extramural research, and then we also fund research through our BAA programs. And our goal is to fund research that bridges important gaps in our knowledge. And it is the 3-pronged. So what are those conditions that are unique to women? So in recent years, we put a lot of funding announcements on those specific conditions: fibroids, endometriosis, pregnancy, right? Lactation, big data gaps for pregnant and lactating women. So there's a lot of work being done in that space as well. More recently, we've also been focusing on menopause. I'll talk about that. Conditions that disproportionately or differently impact women. So sex differences. So we are out there not only funding research, but providing education internally. So we do that through different mechanisms. We bring in experts to talk to our agency. Actually, just today, we're launching a course for our internal reviewers on why sex differences are important in the work that they do, beginning in the preclinical. So for FDA, we do look at both sexes of animals if the drug or product is going to be used in both sexes. So that's something that's actually been in place since the 1980s. Many of you who are familiar with clinical trials know that we're looking at the whole population, right? The clinical trials, you're making a decision based on the whole population as a whole. But more in recent years, actually, I would just say in 2020, there was a guidance that was put out that talked about enhancing clinical trial enrollment, looking at eligibility criteria. And in that guidance, there's language that says we want representation of both sexes so that we can, there's enough representation of both sexes so that we can assess if there's meaningful clinical differences. Fast forward just to this June in 2024, guidance came out that is talking about sponsors submitting diversity action plans. Now, this is a big step because this guidance talks about sponsors thinking of their enrollment goals ahead of time by race, age, ethnicity, and sex. What are the enrollment goals? How are you going to achieve those goals? And why are these your enrollment goals? So again, pushing people to think early on is a very, very important piece. And that gets to the point of you need the data. Right. And that's why we're all here. That's why there's initiatives like the White House Initiative and the work that all of you are doing, and offices that fund research and advocate for research. If we don't have the fundamental data, right, you can't say that we need this representation, or this is the prevalence data, or this is the biological mechanism that's underlying this disease. So really, really encouraging that foundational data. So we have the policy piece, and we have the research piece, we have the education piece, and then we have consumer education and outreach that we do as well. And while Janine was talking, I took a couple of notes just to see if I was going to miss anything. We also work on an international stage. So I mentioned maternal health. We are working through the International Conference on Harmonization in Clinical Trials to develop a framework around, that's our international regulatory partners industry, around pregnant and inclusion of pregnant and lactating women in clinical trials. The other thing I will point out is I think awareness is a big issue. Many people don't know that these clinical trials exist. And so creating a clinical research infrastructure where people get their health care is another way, I think, to get through some of these barriers. There are other opportunities such as decentralization, using digital health technologies, ways to utilize real world data, I think are all ways that we can try to bridge gaps in our knowledge and enhance representation. So that was my quick spiel. Thank you.
So I think we got 5 bite-sized master classes. And you're all welcome. It was a fantastic panel. Thank you so much for sharing your perspectives. How much? We have 15, 20 minutes, and I want to take questions from the audience, but I have so many questions. Everybody mentioned a gap in knowledge, and I think part of it is sort of dependable, I guess, from a point of investment making. Knowledge that people can believe is good enough to make an economic case to then support funding further. Where, I guess, what is the gap in knowledge is my question. So I guess I'll start with, is this that we don't know enough about gender or sex specific biology, or we know enough, but there is a gap in awareness of this inherent knowledge? Probably both, but I think Janine or Carolee, could you comment on that?
Yes. You want to start?
No.
Yeah, so I'm just going to mention that we literally know less about female biology because we haven't been looking at it. Women weren't included for various reasons. And then we weren't looking at sex differences in the animal models of the human diseases that we're studying. We weren't looking robustly at whether the animal model recapitulates the human diseases, where we see, diseases that present and progress differently, uniquely, disproportionately, however you want to characterize that. And publications and journal editors have not always required that investigators provide the results. There's one thing to say that 50% of your participants are women. That's in table 1. There's another thing to say, here's what the primary outcome was for women, for men, and here are the descriptive statistics, because that provides data that we can then use for meta-analyses, for other calculations to design studies that are focused on more narrow questions. So we don't have the data because we weren't doing studies this way. We're not always publishing sex disaggregated results. And so we're behind and we're trying to make up for lost.
Yeah, piggybacking on that.
Which is 100% accurate. One of the things that when WHAM first started, before we even engaged the RAND Corporation, we invited about 6 or 7 well-known researchers at well-known institutions to join us up at the Connors Center at Brigham Harvard with Dr. Hajin Jaffe, and they've been WHAM's lead scientific partner from the beginning, to ask them what was missing, to ask them what kind of data would be helpful, to ask them what kind of funding they really needed. And that was an eye opener, because the answers in a closed conference room were pretty startling and very raw and honest. And we beamed in, because Zoom wasn't in existence, the RAND Corporation, Lori Frank, who now is actually WHAM's president, who was the IP on the reports, to explain what we were thinking about doing on these reports, to see if that would even resonate. Would that be valuable? Also, keep in mind that at the time, according to Hadeen and others, there were less than 15 institutions that had a focus on women's health research. When we say focus, that we were supported by their institutions as well as by private funding. And now let's get to public awareness. So what I've learned and my background is in marketing, basically. So what I've learned over the past 3-4 years is that no, there's a huge lack of awareness of these issues. But there's so many issues that everyone is dealing with day to day that, we're going to capture, we're all here because we're interested in this. But I need multiplicity of all of us sitting here if we're really going to create change. And that's not going to happen quickly or easily, because that's expensive. And so there have to be other ways, we feel, and accountability indexes are one way, because now let's get to the publishers, which Janine just mentioned. That smells opportunity to me. Why do those publishers publish that data when in fact they're supposed to be publishing only if it's both the 50%, but also the reporting on what were the results? They don't do that, but why not demand, as WHAM could do as a not-for-profit? Demand is too strong a word. Why not ask? Yeah.
I think demand is okay.
Nicely.
But demand is
But as to, would that be effective? And how do we help with that? So again, these are the kinds of openings we're looking for. These are the kinds of triggers and levers we're looking for that we think might make other people as well, including the publishers, think twice. Like, why wouldn't you do this? That too would be a cascading effect. So I think we're going to need many larger means by which to really create this shift, because I speak a fair amount and I'm shocked that I could sit here and give data all day long. Most people don't know the data. How could you not know it?
Yeah, and I was just gonna say, I think also reframing the question. A lot of times, people will say that there's no data to support a difference, but is there data to support that there's not a difference? Right. So I think just in research and thinking about that is probably an important, and a lot of that begins in our education, through our medical school education, our pharmacy school education. I went through both. So, many decades ago, but I will tell you, we weren't talking about that then. And I don't know, I think it's changing. I know that there are groups that are trying to change that, but I think that's a great opportunity to get people thinking like, should I be looking at the side effect profile on the label, the dosing, or, when I'm treating my patients, should I be giving this patient the same care? Should it be a little different for this patient based on what we know?
Kavita, are you going to mention our courses that we're collaborating on?
Yes. Well, I was waiting. I thought that'd be, but Janine, I love working with Janine and her group. So we have two big collaborations. So the Bench to Bedside course, which is on what, 6, 7, how many modules do we have now? 6 now modules talking about sex and gender differences, which is huge. And then we have a Diverse Women in Clinical Trials initiative that really tries to bring awareness to not only representation of women in clinical trials, but diverse women. And so that's when you're getting to the intersection of sex and race. And so there's a whole other area where we need data, right?
Go ahead. Yeah.
I would say, yes, the modules are really critical. And I think that highlights another sort of these layers of awareness and knowledge. Researchers are not necessarily taught this. So how do we get them to understand how to conduct research and shift that paradigm? Clinicians are not necessarily learning this in medical school, which I think we hear a lot about too, right? Even OBGYNs not getting education on menopause. I used to jokingly say this, although it's not really a joke because it's true. Like, if you sleep in one day at medical school, you missed lupus, which, like, that's important to know what those symptoms might look like if somebody presents with lupus in front of you. So, and it's complicated, so we'll get to that later. But so there's that piece, right? There's also this assumption as a consumer that whatever you're being either prescribed or a treatment course has already been tested in someone like you. And that's not true. And I think that makes people really angry to learn that. And there are some times when that may be okay, but when it's everything, it's not. And so one of the reasons why we worked on the pregnant and lactating populations was exactly this, right? Like, you could call 10 different clinicians and ask them, can I take this antibiotic while I'm pregnant? This is a personal example. And you'll get 10 different answers, right? And then, later, maybe you'll get pulled aside when you're in a meeting, when you're ranting about your pediatric dentist, questioning how you took care of yourself when you're pregnant because your kid's enamel is not strong enough. And guess what? It's the antibiotics that you took when you were pregnant. I don't think that would have changed my decision. However, would have been good to know. So, and that's like a really easy issue, not like even thinking about like chronic condition management when pregnant. Should I even be trying to become pregnant when I have this broader healthcare issue? The fertility issues, like, there's so many layers to this, and it's sort of like this like institutional issue on top of institutional issue that gets us. And then when we dig into, race and ethnicity and age and geographic location, it just sort of like compounds.
Well, you still have the mic. I don't think everybody knows that women were actively excluded from clinical trials until 1990. So there's obviously the reason why we have a huge gap in knowledge, because it just has not been accumulating. Anybody wants to comment on it? And what has happened since, right? Oh, there's a question. Oh, okay, sorry.
Thank you. So my area is in oncology. I started my advocacy career over 20 years ago in the SPORE program. But what I notice in oncology, the majority of, by far, advocates are women, not men. And yet, I don't think the women advocates have really thought in this way. I mean, we are fighting in the research advocacy realm just to get the funding and get the focus on the patient-centered research and getting involved in the trials. But I don't think we've really even thought about pushing to get the results for women. Yes, you're right. They say that they'll tell you how many women were included in the trial, but yet they don't give you the results in that. And as advocates, we can push for that real easily.
Yeah, and I would say too, this also made me think of something when you think about centering the patient experience, when you think of women's health, you know, we're making 80% of the healthcare decisions in this country for our families, for our parents, and as caregivers. And so I think that's another layer, right, to this. But I think you're right. Like, you should always think of yourself as an advocate and what that means. And when you talk about getting results of clinical trials, this is a huge issue. If I'm going to participate in a clinical trial, I want to know, what does this mean coming out of that? What is the data telling you? And it was not the norm. I think we're starting to make progress there, but I think you're right. I think the thought was, oh, I'm just going to do this because it's the right thing to do. But you have a right to be able to ask those questions.
Yes, hi, Rochelle Prosser. I am a 30-year neurotrauma ICU nurse, and the focus for me is not only oncology, but acute care for women while in that acute phase in all aspects. Understanding that the research is lacking and knowing that we have a whole workforce that is predominantly women as nursing. I wanted to hear what your thoughts, now that we have a nurse fellowship within the White House, but also including nursing as science. We are a science-driven workforce, but we're not included for funding or research or collegial anything input.
I'm so glad you are here, and nurses are such a critical partner. As a daughter of a nurse, I have great respect for everything you do every day. And as a physician, I know that nurses have saved me so many times. So thank you, first of all, for all that you do every day. I'm thrilled to share with you that I worked with my nurse scientist colleagues at the National Institute of Nursing Research and at ORWH to publish a paper recently in Nursing Outlook that worked with the associations and professional groups to talk about what SABV means in the nursing space and to partner more effectively. So we're at beginning stages. Dr. Shannon Zank, the director of the National Institute of Nursing Research, has been a great partner since she's been at NIH for the last couple of years. So growth opportunity, it's on our radar, and I'd love to chat with you more.
Thank you for this wonderful panel. My name is Garima Sharma. I am the Director of Women's Cardiovascular Health at Innova Health System. And it's wonderful to hear so many different aspects of approaching women's health across the lifespan. I really appreciate the knowledge gaps that we talked about. One of the things that in my practice and my research is a glaring example of lack of enrollment is how we actually implement the science that we're doing. And I think lending our conversation with a lens of a socioeconomic and an ecological model of how women access healthcare would be really important. There are individual level barriers and challenges. There are hospital level barriers and challenges. There are clinician level bias and challenges. And then there are societal and policy level barriers and challenges. You know, I work in the maternal health space. I do a lot of preeclampsia research. We know that maternal mortality is very high, probably highest in all of the developed nations in the US. But one of the major policy level aspects that can improve maternal health is the postpartum health care. And expanding postpartum care in itself would retain so many more women into the health system. that can have cardiovascular health optimization, mental health, psychological optimization. So just an example of how implementation of the knowledge from bench to bedside would be a major area of approach and intervention.
I just wanted to make a comment on cardiovascular health. So we did a decadal review looking at clinical trials. And actually over the years, there has been progress made on representation of women in clinical trials. But we did a decadal review looking at 10 years of clinical trials for cardiovascular disease. And what we did was we looked at the representation in the clinical trials with the prevalence of the population with the disease in women. And what we found is that for certain things like hypertension, atrial fibrillation, pulmonary arterial hypertension, women were actually well or overrepresented. But for myocardial infarction and heart failure, and women have more preserved ejection fraction. So I don't know if it was the eligibility criteria, but the women were underrepresented when you look at that in relation to the prevalence of disease. A quick look at the eligibility criteria didn't seem to be the cause. What there seemed to be is something in the pre-screening space. So are women being asked, or are they being thought of for inclusion in these trials, right? And so that's an important, I think, an important point to what you're saying.
Also, just want to make sure you know about the Pathways to Prevention postpartum report. So just federal partners, we looked at all those areas. So there's a map out there of what needs to happen.
Yeah, Candace St. from NIH. So I have a question about what happens when there aren't knowledge gaps. So I'm incredibly pro research. That's my entire job. However, what happens when we actually know the impact? We know the pathways, we know the research, and the research has been done and it's been done well, but how are we transitioning that? I think Julia's point about how there's not acquisitions being made and there's being divestments at the large pharma level. So I guess I'm just, what happens when the knowledge is not where the gap is, but really transitioning that? And if somebody could speak to that.
I mean, I'm not sure there's that many areas in women's healthcare where that's true. I do know, one example was research done, I believe it was at USC recently in better understanding the basis, and I always get how we pronounce this wrong, hyperemesis during pregnancy. There was recently discovered the underlying molecular driver, and quickly a couple different biotech companies were able to take drugs that were already going against that key protein and repurpose them and are now running phase 2 clinical trials. We were able to jumpstart and accelerate that. Still probably not as quickly as it would happen if there was more funding in the space and the acquisitions, but I do think when there actually is really clear biology, clear targets, then that helps quite a bit. So I think we have multiple problems that are stacked upon each other: lack of understanding of the underlying biology, the funding, and the assets. And all three have to be fixed, but when biology is really clear, the others become a little bit less of an issue.
Go ahead. I think I'll add to that though and say that as much as I understand that there isn't the exit, there's not going to be more exits if we don't have more funding and build more companies. So if we don't change the way this operates now, nothing will change. So I'm not happy with that argument of here's why it doesn't happen. And also, it doesn't have to be pharma that makes the acquisition. There are companies that can become self-sustaining. Not everyone is going to be bought by pharma, obviously, nor should they be, if you think about it, because if that was the only avenue, then we're really limiting our ability. So I think that there's huge opportunity if we can figure out how to flow the money.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, exit doesn't have to be acquisition. It tends to be the most common, but companies can get exits by going public as well and ultimately building their own commercial infrastructure. It's larger and more expensive to do, but if the money is there, if the interest is there, if this current momentum that we're starting to see can translate, it may enable some of these companies to advance things themselves and not be at the whim of a big pharma. But the reality is those companies that are like publicly listed on today that are focused in women's healthcare are dramatically undervalued compared to their peers in other therapeutic areas. There's a company out in San Diego, Dare Biosciences, that, you know, has multiple programs in women's healthcare and just has constantly struggled to be properly capitalized. And their CEO, Sabrina, is tenacious and has kept going, but it's so much harder. So I agree with you completely. We gotta fix it, and exits alone via acquisition are only part of a much bigger equation.
It takes twice as long for a woman to raise the same amount of money as it does a man.
Well, that's probably 10 times if you say it's a woman in
Yeah.
women's healthcare.
Exactly. So, I mean, there's so much data out there that I feel, and again, this is data-based. This is not just me espousing, you know, it's time for a change. There is so much data that has pointed in this direction that I think, we intend to make a change.
I think there's a couple of questions online.
Yes, first question will be from Martha. You can
Yeah.
come up.
Hi there. My name is Dr. Martha Galati. I'm a cardiologist and I'm the Associate Director of the Barbara Streisand Women's Heart Center. Thanks for having this important forum today. And also thank you for the invitation. I just had a question that maybe Dr. Clayton or others could address. You know, we've been talking about this for too long. I mean, all of us know that. And what I'm curious about is how we're not holding investigators accountable. I think, you know, especially when they're using NIH funding, but really even industry as well, we should be saying that, you know, if your goal is to adjust for the population prevalence to make it equivalent for whatever disease we're studying, why does the funding continue? Why do they not have to stop enrolling men and actually enroll the amount of women they need for these trials? This is one of the biggest barriers, I think. I'm sort of sick of going to our meetings and seeing trials where there's 20% women enrolled or whatever. Every day it's a different number, but it's rare when we actually see 50% women, if that's, you know, especially if we're adjusting for the population prevalence of the disease.
Good to see you, Martha. Great question. Of course, I do agree with you that it is critically important that NIH-funded researchers follow our policies. Inclusion policy does not provide a specific prevalence target. That's not the way the policy is written. But program officers, part of their job is in their annual progress review is to make sure that the enrollment is on target. As you know, it takes multiple years to do those clinical trials. And so when the enrollment is not on target for the planned enrollment, that's when the program officer can intervene and actually pause that research. So that's the lever that we have. Now, I also want to share with you that we're also reporting for the first time in our RISER report, RISR, the inclusion, the percentage of women enrolled by diseases. So in the past, as you know, we reported in aggregate over 50% of the participants in NIH-supported research are women, and they have been for years. But now if you look at various disease categories, you're right, it's not the same. And so that will allow us to see where the issues are. HFpEF is a particular issue, heart failure with preserved ejection fraction. So when you have a situation like that, then you may need to design specific programs for women with that condition. But I hear you. This is something we are working on internally. We've developed new tools internally to flag just a prompt when a study is not enrolling as expected. So it's a work in progress, Martha, and absolutely good question. We have work to do here.
We have one more question. Iris, if you could come off mute.
Hi, I'm Iris Jaffe. I direct the Molecular Cardiology Research Institute at Tufts Medical Center, where I'm a cardiologist and a basic scientist. And I want to, again, thank you for the invitation. And also, in follow-up to the previous question, bring up a similar issue in basic and preclinical research. So NIH has been requiring now for about a decade that sex as a biological variable be addressed. As a former chair of study section, I can say that the rationale for not always addressing that is not really well addressed at the level of review of proposals. But then I'll also say that when basic scientists are studying the mechanisms of disease, it's not very common to directly compare the mechanisms in males and females to really figure out why it is that females develop disease and how that may be different from how males develop disease. And if we really don't understand those differences, how could we then target therapies that will be beneficial in women and design clinical trials to test those therapies that may be beneficial in women? So another thing that I think will be important to address via NIH and otherwise is how to make sure that we really are studying sex-specific mechanisms. And also, I think there's a huge body of literature that already exists that has studied mechanisms in male organisms and preclinical models. And it's hard to get funded to say, this was studied in males, but now I'm going to study it in females, because it seems like it's not innovative. However, if it's totally different in females, and we actually don't understand the mechanism for over 50% of the population, then it is super innovative, but it's very difficult to get that supported. So I think we might want to think about it, how to address that. Like, should there be a specific funding mechanism for disorders or mechanisms that have been studied in males but not in females, and trying to actually understand what's happening? In my experience, in my own research, it's never the same in males and females. Therefore, the vast majority of the research that we have that has come to a conclusion for how something works using only male models may have nothing to do with what's happening in women.
There's, I think, one more question, and that has Stacy's had her hand up. Quick one.
Very
And then
quick.
we'll run.
Thank you. So first and foremost, thank you all so very much. My name is Stacy Bell, and I'm fortunate to serve as the Executive Vice President of Lupus Therapeutics. So hopefully we'll all hear from you soon in our Lupus Working Group that will happen shortly. But first and foremost, I'd really like to express my gratitude that this conversation is being had. I was the only woman in my chemistry class as an undergraduate. And so when I look at the progress that has occurred, I can't express enough how there has been positive changes and how all the efforts that everyone is, putting forth really has made a difference. With that being said, we've all identified many challenges that are still occurring today. And, I can comment and will in the lupus session extensively on clinical trial diversity and the efforts being made there, and the importance not only for women, but a number of other underrepresented populations. I think the thing that I'd like to express, though, in all the years of doing this, so I was in biotech and pharma for over 25 years. I've been in the nonprofit sector for about a decade now. And each experience that I've had, I would look around the room and there would be so few females in the executive boardroom. There would be so few females on, women on the board. And I think the thing I'd love to challenge all of us to do as well is to look at our microenvironments and look how we can build women up, how we can support each other, how we can make opportunities for women in everything that we do on a day-to-day basis. And I don't mean to sound cliche, but it is very, very important. And that peer-to-peer support, I think, is something that I look back on my career, and some of my most positive experiences are when I had another woman say, this is something I experienced, and gave me some pointers, or even held the mirror up for me to say, I think this is something you could do better. And I really would like.
Sorry, I know we're running out of time, and I really want to respond because I agree with you so much. And that's why a group of us formed 3 years ago, a group called the Biotech CEO Sisterhood. And we now have a community of 300 female biotech CEOs who all support each other, coach each other, celebrate each other, share best practices, because we do need more women heading these companies and on the boards. And it's starting to change, and creating that peership environment has been absolutely crucial in helping foster those stepping into the role.
On that note, I think we had a, thank you so much. What a wonderful session.
So we are going to go to the breakouts, and you'll notice on your name tag that you have a color sticker, and that is the breakout room that you are assigned to. If you walk to the end of the hallway, we will guide you to those rooms, and we will be there for about an hour and then come back and do a report out. Thank you.
Let's get there. Julie. Oh.
I don't know, Sam, what do you want to picture?
Great question.
We're going over there together. All right.
I'm usually the one who yells, "Get a good angle."
I didn't know. It sounds over there. Like.
Hey, Beth, hopefully we can get added back in.
Yeah, I tried and then, but it didn't show me the room. Like it was just me sitting there by myself.
Oh,
So I
no.
think on the back end, they're trying to coordinate the technology.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
You're back in the room, both you and Stacy are back in the room. We'll jump back into you in a minute. Go ahead, finish.
Oh, are we set now? I can see you, but I can see others as well.
Can you hear us, Steve? The breakout room is.
A conference room needs to be at this.
Stacy, are you back with us?
I can hear you, but I am seeing, I think so.
Understood, Dr. Hazen. Any final comments? Because obviously Stacy's not actually in the breakout room.
Yeah, but, no, I mean, wonderful discussion and.
I think we're in the heart disease room instead.
Yeah, we're
Yes.
still back into the breakout rooms. So I don't know if anybody else can hear, but the heart disease room can hear Steve Hoffman in the lupus room. Thank you again. Stacy, can you hear us?
I can hear you, Steve, but
I
I'm
can't
not
hear you,
certain.
unfortunately. I don't know if you're muted. Steve. You're coming on my computer, but not over in the room. Did you just tell him that we can hear him? Okay. All right, a little challenged. Sorry, apologize for the issue. So it looks like the same thing's happening and so Beth or Stacy or others, if you guys can mute, we're getting a little bit of background noise. Understood.
Steve's next to me, the office.
We're obviously gonna run out of time to get off towards that. Is there gonna be a potential for like a follow-up to sort of further synthesize these themes? I mean, we're gonna have to, right? Like, I'm just thinking, I know Garima and I, maybe a couple others were really focused on the maternal health angles. That could be a whole set where maybe we just get together. Because maternal health is so big, and in the administration level and. But I think thinking that there's so many different federal agencies right now. So I would suggest we look at that, the intersection of that and heart disease as like a primary driver here. So we're gonna lend itself to the 11 times. Yeah, except for when we get. And can we go back on, can we get back on? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. The single largest driver.
This is returning to main session. Would.
Yes.
Which were in here where did they have joined into their breakout?
Effectiveness program.
Who's completing this?
Time frame.
This is, I think this might be actually.
Maternal and cesarean delivery track, but also the intergenerational.
Okay.
Of what happens. Along with that.
Your one was the one that was joined into the breakout room? I just wanted to make sure I joined the right one. All of them? Okay, perfect, thank you.
So.
You see what I'm seeing? There's like key.
And we need direction, but I don't know that we would consider this answer yet. Is that more, is obesity?
This is hard to see.
I think there's increasing evidence that there's different flavors of preeclampsia and hypertension. Is it a bigger driver of late onset rather than the early onset placental dysfunction? It's not well studied. Exactly, that's my point, is that we have enough to go like. It's things that make you go. And now we need because at least it's very different, not just. They're, so what I want to do.
Everybody's.
Is, because I feel like we're having, we're starting to have a separate conversation, so I want to make sure that we have one conversation. The last, and it was
If they're
something
not
I was gonna bring up.
the top of on the side.
The last of the thoughts that I had on the outcome for maternal and perinatal. And something else, I can't remember what the other thing was. Yeah, but, and I think that's, that would, or no, it was intergenerational.
Okay. No. Okay.
And I think the outcomes, you know, again, from an outcome point of view, are going to be something that is, all of these will need to be followed up in order to turn into something that could actually turn into a project. One of the things that I just want to point out is all of our projects have to be impactful, executable. So, we, you know, when we get together to discuss these projects, one of the discussions will be, you know, well, who does it, and in some ways, who does it benefit, right? Because so I think we're gonna need to
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that.
When they do the report out, they something to show it. Okay. All right, so. So ready to go? Yeah.
Is Steve here?
Here.
Hey, Trey. Trey, where's Steve?
Who's back here?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. Hello? If you can hear me, clap once. All right. Can we take seats, please? Thank you. I know you all want to eat and there is food. But before we get to, yes, if our facilitators or whoever's reading out for each of the rooms, if you can come up front where Joe's sitting, that would be super helpful. I think it's Stacy and Steve. Not listening to me. So, we gave them, these are our senior leadership at FNIH and they're seasoned program developers. And we gave them 30 people in each room because that was going to be easy. And then we threw a little curveball with all the ins and outs of Zoom. So this is going to be super fun. So I've asked Stacy, Steve, and Joe to read out from each of their sort of the discussions from their rooms. Not to say that we did not expect this will yield us programs in an hour's work, but we should have enough information that in a few weeks we'll be following up and seeing what kind of program ideas emerge from that. So I guess we start with Joe. Joe, you have about 5-7 minutes to do the readout.
Fine. So first off, I want to thank everyone who was in my room for putting up with me, but also for having a lot of input and, it was a fantastic discussion. So I want to say that. I also want to say, and thank you for signing up for future meetings with me on this very same project, because we didn't finish. We didn't have enough time. So what we did was really asked everybody to contribute their ideas for as essentially raw data. So we did our own little experiment while we were doing this. We had a little polling app, and we asked 2 questions. And the 2 questions were, what specific outcomes are important to you personally to measure for women with heart disease? And the second question was, what are the issues and gaps in clinical care for women with heart disease that are most concerning to you? Right? I want to make it very clear. I asked for very personal responses, because while we heard, and I'll say it again for those who heard it at my session, I'm sorry, but health, women's health is all health, and all women's health is all health, but all disease is personal. And so when it comes to a particular person, they want to know what's the matter with them and how they work with it. So what we did was we asked them to give us 2 or 3 of their top issues with what kind of outcomes. We got really 5 major outcome areas that we will be following up on later in the future because we don't have time. One of them, and the first I'll say, was quality of life, function, workforce. There was discussion around the fact that there's lots of quality of life measures, but have they ever been validated to be actually the same between men and women or any other diverse population? So that was an issue. Like, are we measuring the right thing for quality of life for women? The other was mental health discussions and psychological health associated with the disease. There's a lot of questions around this, and probably it was summed up best by one of our group saying that you can look at mental health as being either causative, contributive, or just the biology associated with the direct biology, and we don't actually know, but in many cases, which, if all of those are there. And so that would be an interesting project to kind of think about. Obviously, there was a lot of CV outcome measure discussions that were associated with women and not necessarily men. And then there was a big concern about accurate diagnosis, again, because of some of those symptoms being what is described as atypical, which apparently is like, I mean, it's not atypical if it's like all women have these symptoms. Anyway, so there are some real specifics around making sure that we had the correct tools for accurate diagnosis. And then there was a big start of a discussion around maternal perinatal, that's right, perinatal and intergenerational relationships around heart disease and follow-up. So that was the first question. The second question was, what are the issues and gaps in clinical care for women with heart disease that are most concerning? I think we heard some of them this morning, lack of evidence, recognition that there actually is a difference, diversity. There was a bit of a conversation we had about implementation science and getting the data and the understanding of what it is that might be an issue in the clinic for women to like primary care physicians. Like, so there's a communication interest there, financial relationships and access, and how that might be involved, and as well as just how does this fit within the health span. So they were the big buckets. We do still have all of the data. And so what I've promised my group is that over the next week or so, we will dig into that data a little bit more effectively and carefully, and share that with the group. And I'm certain, if anybody else wants to be involved in that discussion, I am more than welcome to have additional people. We are more than welcome to have additional people join. Anything else from my group, please chime in. And I'm looking here at Garima and Alini. Okay.
So it's easy to reiterate some of the things that Joe had said and really thank my group for some, thoughtful. We really did have a good representations of those with experience. Advocacy organizations, our great partners in the FDA and the NIH at the table, discussing not only the disease and lupus, but really where the gaps, where the challenges are, where partnership might be able to move us forward. There are, and we recognized a lot of the strong partnerships that even those that we do, our Accelerating Medicines Partnership and RA Lupus, and now an autoimmune and immune-mediated diseases is on the books. We were fortunate to have Stacy Bell, who we kicked out of the room and she couldn't rejoin us. But she had some great insights on what the Lupus Research Alliance is doing and some of their efforts. And then as well, FDA and NIH spoke about their longstanding efforts that they've been engaged in trial work. So we had asked really what were the key areas in lupus that really needed to be addressed. And the things that came out obviously was the overall theme of what we've done here is that the need for that patient voice in clinical trial design, that there's certainly a disproportionate amount of women that have autoimmune conditions in general, but certainly in lupus, and that this is very complex, and whether things are comorbidities or are they actual manifestations of the disease. So when we think about some of the things we do in the biomarker world or designing trials, that this is going to be important because a lot of the treatments and the treatments given to patients are focused on their symptoms, not necessarily on the disease and changing the course of the disease and the progression of the disease. And this may be something of how we design trials, treatment trials, and targets and what we go after. Not just a menagerie of trial and error, and I give you this, and then that doesn't work, and I give you that of an approach, which is unfortunate the level of clinical care that we might be at. So the great heterogeneity of this disease is also a huge important component. And Joe mentioned mental health, and something that's really absent from retrospective trials, certainly being incorporated better into newer trials now, is neurological conditions and long-term effects and mental health. And this is often, we go after the inflammation and the immunology that's going on, but we don't care for the whole of the patient and assess the right things in the patient. And how should that be weighed into design? Do we have the right patient outcomes? Do we have actual good assessments that they need to be modernized and incorporated in the trial design that we're doing are important aspects for new trial design, new partnerships, and we need to incorporate those. There's a lot of one-offs. This organization's doing this trial's doing that, here and there, and there's not a ability to validate and cross-validate across those different things because they're using different instruments, using different tools, and we need to align that better. And maybe through partnership and open sharing, we can do that. There are a lot of good resources out there. I spoke about the LRA and their efforts. One of their programs, the DC or the Lupus ABC trial, as well as some of their Lupus Nexus. There's samples, there's data. The NIH has a rich resource of data and information. The FNIH and our programs I'm speaking about in AMP has a portal and a lot of information. But are we able to federate those data sets? Can we, through collaboration, find ways as a compendium that we can access, bring that data together and be able to translate it into next steps? So that may well need some partnerships for going forward. And then a continual need, which we know that we've done a lot to require diversity and inclusion in our clinical trials for underrepresented minorities, particularly in African American and Hispanic populations. That needs to continue. That needs to be more pushed because there's definitely a much stronger occurrence in those populations than are in white populations in the occurrence and presence of these diseases. So these are areas that are key to lupus. And one other thing that it's a little more, I'll call it qualitative, that we brought up is many of the patients also brought forward just this idea of a greater education needs to be out there about what lupus is not. What are they getting about what their treatments and how these treatments are affecting them? Is there a coach or peer-to-peer support that can be better done within trials or from the advocacy community to the patients when they're on understanding what lupus is in general, as opposed to even when they're getting treatments, when they're involved in clinical trials? And that doesn't end with just the patient. It also is the caregivers, the physicians, the medical students, the others. Not only do we need to perhaps modernize and accelerate the next generation to understand the diseases, but also, and Vicki at the NIH also brought back the idea that is there a re-entry point for existing folks? The pandemic had a big negative effect on people leaving science and their education level on diseases, and they exited. Very tough in mid-year for professionals and fellowships and researchers. And many of them were great researchers, very, very acute and smart in the expertise in the area, and they left the field. Can we re-enter that expertise in particular areas like autoimmune disease where they have exited? Can they get better and more advanced professional development and education in specific diseases? So when they're presented by patients that have, an African-American with fatigue, with these symptomatic endpoints that look like possibly an autoimmune condition like lupus, do they actually think about treating for a disease like lupus? Or are they just not looking for that from the outset because they think it's some other different disease, or they're not really attuned to what the disease itself and how it manifests itself? Resource-wise, we asked about what's out there, and I made mention of some of the things. The DC Lupus Consortium, which is run through NIAMS at the NIH, has access to a growing over 1,200 patients, samples, data, repository of well-phenotyped patients that are out there. I talked about the ARC portal and the AMP program, which has several patients across different autoimmune diseases and RA and lupus and Sjogren's and psoriatic disease. So we can begin to compare and contrast across the different types of autoimmune conditions. The LRA is certainly involved in the ABC consortium that I talked about, also with DC and with the FDA and many other partners. They're doing a lot of what we're asking to do. They have a Lupus Voices Council. They have a patient advocacy a group that's really helping guide the design of that. They're targeting 3,500 patients to be part of this Lupus Nexus a really rich repository. You know, we know about some of these things, but are we really actionally, operationally collaborating with them to bring the NIH resources, the FDA and advocacy resources, some of the other work that we already have in place? Are we bringing those together under some common umbrellas that we really could have a powerful and rich sample data, you know, outcomes type of assessment that could really drive and accelerate disease and research and partnership? So some of those project ideas are, you know, looking more at diagnosis of the disease, early manifestations. Can we look in that what we'll call prodromal or pre-symptomatic condition? And the FDA and others are very open to look at that. That's not something we typically have done. We usually wait until we can stratify and identify somebody that's actually positive for the disease, but can we look earlier? I think that's an area. And whether that's new biomarkers or new tools or new assessments, that's where those partnerships could be. I think continue to reach across diseases. Patients that present themselves with multiple autoimmune conditions, it's very complex, it's very difficult, but we need to focus that because a lot of these times, patients that have lupus also have other comorbidities, also have other diseases, and it's a very complex thing, and you can't just go treat for lupus, but you're treating with a handful of different conditions in a trial and error way. Can we learn more across different diseases and autoimmunity to really not only affect lupus, but other autoimmune conditions moving forward? So a lot of things were put out there. Again, thank you to the panel. We too said would follow up and engage further with the people that helped us put this together, but also with the folks that were in the room. And so we really look forward to trying to make a difference, augment and enhance what's already out there, and find new partnerships that we can really move the needle in lupus. Stacey.
So I'll +2 to Steve and Joe, thanking all the members that were in the room and all of the members that allowed me to tap them to kind of give a review of what they're doing within their own organizations. We too had a really good representation across advocates, the NIH, we even had FDA in the room. And so we covered a wide range of things. As you might guess, being the condition that was solely women focused, the very first thing that comes up is significantly underfunded, and that will surprise no one. So, and it is often underdiagnosed. So to echo some of Steve's points around autoimmune disease, it's often underdiagnosed because physicians just aren't always trained to look for it, and especially physicians in the pediatric and young adult space, which is where, and again, we'll get to why that's so important towards the end of this, because that will be part of our proposal, but they're just not trained. Pediatricians are not trained to look for this. And oftentimes women are not diagnosed until they're into their 30s and even 40s, and they've already suffered numerous cycles of pain and various issues with endometriosis. And so those are all things that, you know, obviously need to be looked at. Another thing to note, and this will sort of echo some of Steve's point, is that recently endometriosis was actually classified as an autoimmune disease. And so we need to be viewing this as a whole body issue and look at it holistically. As with other autoimmune diseases, there are a lot of comorbidities that often come along with endometriosis. If you have endometriosis at a young age, it also puts you at a higher propensity for other autoimmune diseases. And so these are all things that we just need to be aware of. Oftentimes when we talk about drug development, what the issues may be, you know, funding is always an issue, but one of the issues also comes in, do we understand the biology well enough to actually treat something? Right now, the regulatory endpoints for endometriosis are dysmenorrhea and pain, you know, abrogation for things. And there aren't really things that can be done and diagnosed non-invasively. Laparoscopy and other sorts of, you know, more invasive methods are how this currently gets done. And because the MOAs are so wide varying, the biology is not understood, we have no good way to non-invasively monitor and detect whether drugs are working in the first place. It basically all culminates in that we need better ways of actually detecting, tracking, and understanding how our treatments are working in endometriosis. And so that was the direction our group went. We did want to also note that because of the heterogeneity and because this relates to other diseases such as adenomyocytosis and other things, it is also going to have to be looked holistically, and endo can't be just one thing that we're looking at. So that's just some things for background. Areas that we thought could use some research that isn't already being funded by other groups, such as the NIH and other entities. Pediatric diseases or pediatric disease studies, because again, we are missing this in young. Tissue acquisition, endometrial biospecimen banks, and this includes not just actual biopsies, but menstrual effluent and other matrices that we might wish to capture, microbiome studies. Basically, we sort of lack the discovery science that is not always well funded by NIH, and this is actually to the NIH's, they made that point themselves. And then the actual, so there is diagnostic development. NIH recently launched RADx Tech for endo, which means diagnostic development is happening, but oftentimes in more traditional kind of ways. And so we had one small biotech, Next Gen Jane, that's actually looking at using menstrual effluent from tampons, but we need more development in this space and more standardization in this space, so we can kind of get through this. There was some talk about, potential other areas that might be good is the intersection of endometriosis and other disease, cancer, other autoimmune disease, that sort of thing. But above all else, we kept coming back to the idea of we just need to find ways to diagnose early, track treatments, and monitor progress on this. And so even with everything, and again, we noted, like I said, RADx, Tech Endo, there's some funding from the Office of Women's Health Research. We have various patient and advocate groups that either fund patient support or other types of studies. Endo Foundation is doing some biomarker research in the ROSE study. And like I said, we have some biotech companies that are working on this, but there just needs to be more investment there. And so to boil down to what we propose a pre-competitive project to put together a biospecimen bank for pediatric and AYA focus, tapping into some of the resources that may lie outside of endo. There are lots of programs such as Care for Health, which is getting into standard of care, outreaching to broader networks. There may be things that we can tap into to actually get to the people that we need. There's emerging nursing and doctoral systems that are trying to focus on this and really have an emphasis on looking at AYA, kind of the types of diseases that aren't always thought to be AYA diseases. And so can we tap into those, but build up this biobank for endo samples, menstrual effluent of multiple different matrices. So tampons, pads, whatever else we want to put out there, blood, biopsies, blood specimens, all of that. Create a centralized repository for that can be publicly accessed by anybody who wants to use it. Obviously applications would have to come in because there aren't going to be unlimited samples. And then working on putting all of that together, because really what lacks now is, to Steve's point on the comorbidities of autoimmune diseases, there are so many comorbidities that exist with endometriosis that anytime a group tries to put together a study, whether that be basic research for biomarker development or a clinical study, they are told that they are not powered well enough to do any of the comorbidity studies. And so they have to be looked at as a whole group. And as I told you at the start, endo is a very heterogeneous disease. And so that causes problems. So we think that this would be a good first step. Nobody's really in it. Part of this might entail implementing a patient registry, and not that we have to reinvent the wheel. Obviously, patient registries have been done by others before. There might also, as I said, be other ways to get at this. Josh was in our group. We could talk about N3C, other things where we could perhaps reach into existing real world evidence data, that sort of thing, to find patients this way. So that's the direction we're heading. Clearly lots of details to fill in, and a notation that obviously working in the pediatric space is always really hard, because just as it is hard to get women's health funded, pediatrics is also hard to get funded. So we know we're not taking on an unchallenging direction. But anything from my group that you'd like to add to that? Okay.
Thank you all. It's very, very productive. Now it's lunchtime.
right next to the room in 1275 in Foxwood. Go ahead and mingle, come back to Gary Vee, and enjoy the one with some short talks.
Stacy had a project. You guys are so good, right? Don't choose. Maybe 5 minutes.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, we're back.
Come in, Houston. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had a good break and lots of networking. I'm Julie Gerberding. I'm the president and CEO of the FNIH, and you've gotten to interact with a lot of members of my spectacular team today. So thank you all for being here and for putting together such a great conversation this morning. My job at the moment is just to welcome you, since I was not able to be here at the beginning of the program this morning, but also to just make sure that those who aren't really familiar or haven't worked with FNIH, that you know a little bit about what we're doing, why we are doing it, and why this is such a really important meeting to us. We are a nonprofit that was started by Congress almost 3 decades ago to try to help support the FNIH mission. Because for those of you who aren't in government, you know, it's sometimes really difficult for the federal government to work with the private sector. And over the arc of our history, we've kind of continued to grow and have now, I think, raised about $1.6 billion for work that the NIH does. And we do that mainly by building private-public patient partnerships that allow us to build portfolios of research that tackle problems in the pre-competitive space. So team science is probably our biggest core value, but we also support scientists, and we're coming into October where our prestigious awards will be honored at the Kennedy Center annual dinner, where we honor the Lurie Prize winner, who this year is just spectacular. Scientist from Stanford who has done amazing work in a number of disease areas, and particularly lupus. We've also, I will be announcing the Trailblazer Award, which is now an endowed award for FNIH, and we have a clinician scientist who's receiving that award. And then several other partners, including patient organization and others who have just been amazing partners with FNIH. And I bring that up only because in addition to the team science work that we do, we're trying to figure out how we can help support a diverse pipeline of STEM scientists and how we can do more to solve some of the problems that NIH is particularly struggling with right now. One of those is, of course, the pay line of the grants, and also the support for postdocs and doctoral students, which is woefully inadequate and one of the main reasons why people bail out of science and go into other
sectors or other disciplines. And FNIH is not going to solve that problem alone, but we are working on ways that we can try to help. And the last thing to say that is a particularly important dimension of our work and something that I care a great deal about is trust in science. So we support science, we support scientists, and we are working on how we can really help restore a broader based trust in science. We do that hopefully by walking our own talk and ensuring that the work we do is transparent, that we have open source data. We improve the ability of anybody to access the data and the information that we gather through our various partnerships. But we also work through the Coalition for Trust in Health and Science, which I hope you've heard of, but it's an organization, a networked organization with more than 100 other professional organizations in medicine that works really hard to identify misinformation and correct it, but also to identify disinformation and push back strongly. The network is thousands and thousands of people, and our theory is that if we see something that's problematic, if we can put out the right information across the network, then at least folks will have access without having to invent the wheel themselves to the accurate information that hopefully will help them see the issues in a balanced way, or have the core information in science in a manner that helps them be conduits of helpful information for people who are facing medical decisions, and not the kind of information and misinformation and disinformation that's been so problematic. It's not a political organization or anything like that. It's just simply a set of deeply concerned, mostly scientists and clinicians and advocates who just recognize that we can do everything right in our research. We can solve all the problems that exist for patients, but if people don't trust in the tools and don't trust in the information, then that information and those resources will not really be as helpful to patients as they could be. So it's it sounds Pollyanna to talk about it in those terms, but it's something that I think all of us have a responsibility to help with. And one thing I like to always remind anyone I speak to is that people listen to you. You know, I used to say at CDC, be careful when you go to the drugstore and buy toothpaste, because people who know you work for the CDC will be very curious about what toothpaste you buy. So all of you work for health-related entities or organizations, and you are influencers in your own network, in your own circle of friends and family. And so what you say and what you know and how you say it and how you present it or how you advocate influences more than your professional world. It influences your neighbors, your friends, your family, and anybody else that you have contact with. So be proud of that and utilize it in a healthy and constructive way, and help us stand strong for truth in science and transparency across all of the work that we do. So I am also really proud that this is our second patient summit. And as you can tell, if you were here last year, we are learning as we go, as we build out this capability. But when I was at Merck, I served as the chief patient officer for the whole company. And Jan Nissen, who's here today, was the person who ran that program for Merck at the time. And I learned so much from Jan, including the importance of bringing nurses into the equation. I'm a physician and probably had somewhat of an unconscious bias in that space that I didn't realize I had. But when I came to FNIH, I realized that, you know, our work, yes, our mission is to support the mission of the NIH, but our work is really to help patients and their families and caregivers have access to the best possible health tools and information that we can possibly create. And that really means understanding what they need, what they want, what's important, what's not important, and trying to make sure that that perspective is represented end to end in our work, but also advocating to make sure that it's end to end in anybody who's working on solving hard problems in medicine. So Tanya has agreed to take on additional responsibilities. She has a day job, by the way. This is not her day job, but she is really committed and dedicated and has built out a pretty strong coalition of people within FNIH to try to support our learning in this space. And we are learning. We don't claim to be an exemplar at this point in time, but we are definitely interested in any advice that you have or any suggestions you have about how we can do what we do more effectively, but also how we can influence what NIH does more effectively, or any of our partner organizations for that matter. We're interested in learning, and we want to be the best possible advocates for patients, their caregivers, and their communities that we can. So you're helping us a lot just by participating in these conversations today, and we look forward to learning and growing and hopefully making a bigger difference faster than we've done before. Our tagline is building bridges to breakthroughs, and we do try to be that bridge, the convener, the middleware between your world and the NIH world, and how we can all collaborate more effectively to make a difference. So thank you for being here, and thank you for letting me have a few words with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Julie. So for our post-lunch session, we put together short talks, and I promise these are the only slides you'll see today, of how FNIH actually does patient engagement. So I hope the breakout groups were fun. And I've asked everybody, were you having fun? Because collaborations are difficult, but it's a lot easier if you're doing it with friends and having fun. So, so we'll do 3 vignettes. First is a program on ALS that was just launched. I think this program had the most number of persons with lived experience and advocacy organizations involved in the program design. Alessio Travaglia, who's the director of neuroscience, will walk us through how that happened. The second one we'll talk about is a developing program on obesity and going beyond BMI. This is a program that's halfway through its just scoping. So it's farther along than what you did today. It has an agenda, it has a goal, it has aims. And Faith Heron, who's one of our persons with lived experience, and Melissa Reyes are going to talk about how that program is developing. We welcome all feedback, of course. And then finally, we have a fairly mature program on non-small cell lung cancer, master protocol that Stacey Adam and Kim Norris will talk about. So we wanted to give you a little, short, quick vignettes of how FNIH does patient engagement, and then hopefully that integrates with the breakout groups that we had earlier and gives you a fuller picture of the work that we do. So Alessio, if you are on.
I am. Can you hear me?
Right. We can. Why we don't see him yet? Well, in a second. All right, we got it.
All right. Thank you, Tanya. Hi, everyone. I'm Alessio Travaglia, the Director of Translational Science, Neuroscience, and it's an honor to be here today. I would like to provide, as Tanya mentioned, an example of how we are working with people with lived experience, specifically in a partnership in ALS. Let me start telling you what is ALS, why this work is important, why now, and ultimately how we're working with people with lived experience, or PWLE, and their contribution. If you can move to the next slide. Here's just a summary. Unfortunately, the person with lived experience that was supposed to join us today, Dave Schulman, is able to make it. Is a person living with ALS, managing director of Wells Fargo. So he brings the leadership experience and the lived experience with this disease. Next slide. So when did you hear first about ALS? Most people know ALS as Lou Gehrig disease because of the famous baseball player Lou Gehrig that was diagnosed with ALS and died a few years after this horrible disease, or because of the physicist Stephen Hawking that lived with ALS for many years, as well as the Ice Bucket Challenge that was viral about 10 years ago and definitely increased the awareness in ALS. Next slide. What is ALS? ALS stands for amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, is a horrible neurodegenerative diseases. Cause rapid progressive motor weakness, leading to the inability to walk, chew, talk, breathe, and ultimately to death. And typically, people with ALS die within a few years from the diagnosis. We're talking about a disease that unfortunately is uniformly fatal, meaning that unfortunately, Dave is not here, but he said during an interview that the physician at the time of diagnosis told him, fix your finance because there is nothing that you can do. There is no drug that I can give you. And unfortunately, even though this is considered a rare disease, we're still talking about 1 in 400 people have a lifetime risk to develop ALS in their lifetime. So it's pretty high. And most people claim that it's considered a rare disease just because people die. And it's not a chronic disease as many other, like Alzheimer's, for example. There are some drugs on the market, but the benefit is modest at best, and none of these drugs can halt or reverse the disease. Fortunately, though, I have to say that the last few years, we had a lot of progress in biomedical research and in politics as well, which led to the second point. You can move to the next slide. Why now? Because in December 2021, President Biden passed a bill called Act for ALS, which is calling for, point one, extended access of current drug on the market for people with ALS, and point two, for developing a public-private partnership, novel drugs, as well as biomarkers. So understanding the amount of work and experiments needed was too much for the NIH to manage, the NINDS director, Dr. Koroshetz, reached out to us to discuss what we could do to help them. You can move to the next slide. We were able to move quickly and to bring together NIH, FDA, and 14 organizations from the private sectors, for profit, non-for-profit, and certainly we leverage our background in neuroscience within the team, as well as some of the connection that we had with this leading organization working in ALS. I have to say that here has been critical the help from Dan Doctorow, that is a person living with ALS, as well as founder of Target ALS, former deputy mayor in New York City. He helped rebuild the city after 9/11, former CEO of Bloomberg. And so someone that brings the perspective of someone living with ALS, as well as the leadership and management perspective. You can move to the next slide. How did we engage with the people who live experience? And I have to say, in this initiative, approximately we've been working with 100 people who live experience with ALS. And so in what we call design phase, which is what to come up with what we should do in the largest project that we will launch, we had a few PWLE in each working group, as well as we have a PWLE engagement working group to ensure that there was transparency and we build that trust in science Julie mentioned before. During the execution phase, we are expanding this, and in the PWLE working group, we're including some nonprofit organizations that can help and we can leverage the resources. As well as we are creating this ALS PWLE forum, is a few times a year summit and discussion to, again, build trust in science and let everybody know that we are working the work that we're doing. Next slide. Again, Dave unfortunately is not here, so I'm reporting some of the information that we captured during a pre-interview with him. He also agreed that this disease has been around for many years, and overall, the progress in the past has not been that significant. We have a few drugs approved, but not this drug can really help. unless some rare genetic mutation specific population. And we have been making good progress in the recent past, but it's not enough. And certainly MPLS, if successful, can help in building trust in science and understanding better the biology of ALS with the natural history study that I'll mention in the next slide, as well as identify drugs and biomarkers. The other point, if you can move back to the previous, thank you. I'll tell you like an example of a conversation I had with Dave a few months ago. I asked him, since he's been instrumental in working with media, he did talk together with Julie, with the CBC to discuss the launch of this public partnership. But he said, this is not enough. I'm certainly help to talk with media, to do interview, but can I do more? I have a lot of experience in management. Can I please do more? And I'm happy to do whatever you think is best for this initiative. And this is the first point that is making here, rolling up our sleeves and contributing. And now he's serving as a co-chair of the working group, the Natural History Study Working Group. You can move to the next slide. So when we talk with our partners and people with the disease or caregivers, what came up is first, there are a lot of organizations working on ALS, but even if the work that they're doing is incredible, working all together, our impact is just going to be exponential. And so there is a decentralized data storage that we have to fix it. We have to have a data repository of information. And so the solution for that, the first bullet in the right column, is the establishment of the ALS knowledge platform. The second bullet on the left is there is a very low amount of well-annotated longitudinal biospecimens for ALS, meaning we don't have samples. And the solution for that is the launch of the All ALS study, which is part of this. And what is the All ALS study? It's going to be the largest and longest natural history study for ALS. We are collecting biospecimens, meaning plasma and CSF and postmortem tissue for people with ALS. And in this initiative has been critical, working with so many people with the disease, because they know better than anybody else what's important for a patient, how often they will come to the clinic, what they want to do, what they want to provide. What certainly came up with our partners and patients is it takes a really long time to get diagnosed. And we desperately need to develop and validate diagnostic biomarkers to know whether I have the disease and also to understand whether the disease is progressing with or without treatment. So that's the third and fourth bullet. And the last point that came up in conversation is the tools that we have to monitor the disease progression. Specifically, I'm referring to the clinical outcome assessment, which is a way to measure how a patient feels, function, or survive. It's not enough. It's not good enough. And so we need to standardize and optimize and develop new tools. And this is what we're doing through this initiative together with our colleague at the FDA and Critical Path Institute. Next slide. So at the end of this initiative, we think that we're going to accelerate the therapeutic and biomarker development for ALS in the sporadic form as well as the familial form. And we are including also pre-symptomatic ALS individuals. There are four main aims: the establishment of the ALS knowledge platform, as I mentioned before, to aggregate all these resources. Aim 2 is the analysis of existing data set for ALS that are going to help to validate ALS biomarkers, as well as, and this is the Aim 3, the collection of biospecimens, as I mentioned before, and the analysis of these longitudinal samples that are going to be generated through the natural history study. And last but not least, the development and validation of regulatory grade clinical outcome assessment together with FDA Critical Path. Next. And this is basically the outcome that we think we're going to have out of the 4 aims before. So we're going to have this largest harmonized longitudinal ALS clinical and molecular data set. And we think we're going to have the launch of this portal, at least at the beginning with the first data sets at the end of the first year. So by next summer, we should have something there. We think we're going to develop new biofluid-based and or digital biomarkers that are going to help with diagnosis, monitoring of the disease progression, as well as response to treatment. And ultimately, we're going to develop, with the help of patients as well as FDA and critical path, novel clinical outcome assessment. Next. This is just showing the timeline of the initiative. And again, the involvement of people with lived experience has been critical. And we start from the beginning talking with them. So it's not just an afterthought to include them around the table, but they took a critical seat around the table. This initiative, the design phase, took place over last summer, which was quite busy. Then we fundraised the end of last year, 2023, and beginning of this year to launch the initiative at May 2024. Next. And this that might seem a busy or difficult slide to read. The point here is that people with lived experience are at the center of the initiative. There are multiple pieces of the puzzle. There is MPLS on the top right, which is led by the FNIH together with all our partners. In the bottom, there is the all ALS study. There is the natural history study that is part of the ALS study, as well as the initiative managed by Critical Path and the FDA, as I mentioned before, is to develop a novel and optimized clinical outcome assessment. And again, we're hoping to have this cycle learn and confirm, and we're going to learn from the all these different pieces that are happening at the same time. Next. This is probably tactical, but the point here is that there are multiple working groups, and as you can see depicted here, the involvement of people with lived experience, we try to have at least a few in each working groups. And then on top of that, we have a dedicated working group focused on community engagement. Next. And to conclude, this is just a timeline, what we plan to achieve. Again, this was launched in May 24. Now we're working on identifying, and we actually have just identified the portal provider and filling in the information in terms of data and what we want to see in this portal. And we also launched the natural history study a few weeks ago. And actually, at this point in time, we already have several patients enrolled in this study. And with this, I'll stop, and I'm happy to take any question. Thank you.
Right. Alessio, thank you for providing such a comprehensive overview and of a very complex program with lots of tentacles here. So can I have any questions? I have questions, but are there any questions in the audience that Alessio can answer? So clinical outcomes assessment, did you get input directly from the persons with lived experience on the various committees on what would be the most effective, how to design those and get input from them?
Absolutely. I would say that it's impossible to develop a clinical outcome assessment without engaging with the people with lived experience. So right now there is a dedicated working group, and the majority of the people around the table are people with ALS. And then on top of that, we are developing survey and questionnaires to ask these people what they want to see exactly in the survey, in the COA at the end of the study.
not seeing any questions, but we can maybe hold if you can stay with us for a little bit, Alessio. We'll go through the other two program examples and then if people have questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So next up is Melissa. Dr. Melissa Reyes is developing our obesity biomarkers program, and Faith Heron, who should be logging in as well. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Is Faith online? She is? Okay, great. The next slide. Great. I'm going to tell you guys about our project in development. It's called Redefining Obesity Beyond BMI. Next slide. Other? Shoot, I'm pretty farsighted. Okay. So I'm Melissa Jones Reyes, and I am the program manager for the metabolic disorders portfolio, of which the obesity project sits within this portfolio. And then Faith, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. My name is Faith, and I'll tell you more about myself in a couple slides, but I'm a fifth-year doctoral candidate at the University of Florida, where I work in obesity research, and I've also lived with obesity my entire life.
Next slide. So currently, obesity is measured by body mass index. And what is body mass index? It is calculated by using a formula that looks at your weight versus your height. Now, this BMI calculation, it works reasonably well for most people for calculating the body fat that they have, but it doesn't work for everybody. It can overestimate body fat in persons that are highly muscular or athletic, and it can underestimate body fat for individuals that are a little older or have loss of muscle mass. Now, in addition to calculating your fat mass, BMI is used as a measure for identifying folks that are at risk for several diseases, including type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disease, some cancers, osteoarthritis, just to name a few. Now, if we go back to the concept that BMI is not an accurate measure of body fat for everyone, that is truly the genesis of this project. Several of the industry partners across my steering committee are interested in obesity, and they find that BMI simply does not work well for them in their clinical trials and their clinical studies. Additionally, BMI will only measure total fat. It doesn't measure the discrete compartments that fat can be found in, such as subcutaneous, visceral fat, and it will also not allow you to measure or calculate the lean muscle mass that you have. So next slide. So I think this picture says it all. Here you have two individuals that have the same BMI. However, the one on the left has a 9.1% body fat, and the one on the right has a 21.2% body fat. I love this photo because I myself would have never have guessed that. Next slide, please. So when we're looking at alternatives to measure body fat, we really have, in addition to BMI, two gold standards, especially if you want to discriminate the compartments where the fat is located. So you have MRI, which will measure visceral fat and muscle mass. You have a DEXA scan, which will measure your total fat. These are routinely used in studies. However, they are not readily accessible. As you can see in the table down below,
there are not a lot of DEXA and MRI machines across the United States, and they're typically located in urban centers. So it's not really accessible to more rural patients or participants that might want to be involved in a study. They are also quite costly, which drives up the cost of performing these studies as well. And if you're a physician and you're trying to manage your patient and trying to determine whether or not they should be on some sort of weight management therapy, most insurance companies will not pay for an MRI or a DEXA scan. So there are alternatives out there that have emerged in the past several years. They've been around for at least a decade. However, the technology has really advanced in the last several years. It is bioimpedance, and you have professional grade bioimpedance devices, which could be readily available in a clinician's office. So it will be much more accessible, not only for a clinician to manage their patients, but additionally, much cheaper and easier to use in clinical studies. There's also consumer grade bioimpedance devices, typically in the $200 to $500 range. There are some as cheap as $40 as well. And these are things that the patients themselves can use at home to manage their own care and also to work with their clinician on a regular basis. So the aim of this study is to look at the more accessible devices, which is bioimpedance, and a more new technology, which is 3D optical, to see if they compare and are as accurate as MRI for the measure of visceral fat and muscle mass, and DEXA scan for the measure of total fat. So next slide, please. So in order to design this study, we pulled together a group of organizations that are interested in the obesity field. Some of them have GLP drugs or other therapeutics in the market. Some are actually type 2 diabetes companies, but it just so happens that their technology also seems to have a profound effect in patients with obesity or overweight. Next slide, please. So our three specific aims that we've outlined here are to determine if bioimpedance or a 3D optical system, possibly in addition with other measures, can replace DEXA for the measure of total fat, can replace MRI for the measure of visceral fat and possibly lean muscle mass. And then also we have an exploratory aim, which is aim number 3, which is to look at blood-based tests. We have proteomics companies, metabolomics companies, and a lipidomics company, which is highly interested in generously providing their services in kind to take a look at potential blood-based markers that could be further validated in a follow-on study. Next slide. So what are the deliverables? This is hopefully the first project in a series of projects. The objective of this particular study is to validate, technology. Is to validate technologies. It could be that none of the technologies are as accurate as MRI or DEXA, and it could be that no blood-based marker rises to the top. However, we hope that is not the case. So what we plan to do with the results is if one of the technologies is considered accurate and could be used in the clinic and or by a pharmaceutical or a drug development company, we will publish a white paper, hopefully with guidance for clinicians in the tools that are emerging that could be used in the clinic to manage their patients. We will also provide our results to the FDA docket. They do have guidance for products for weight management. The guidance has not been updated since 2007. So we hope that any positive results will have a significant impact here. And then we will also publish, obviously, the results of all of our work, both in the blood-based biomarkers as well as the body composition measurements. Now, this particular study, the concept or general idea for it and the aims have already been approved. And right now we are writing the final project design as well as the protocol. And this is where Faith comes in. She is not only a patient with lived experience, but she already does research in this area. And so she is going to help us with the design. And I think that is the next set of slides. Yes.
Right. Hi, everyone. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in the room with all of you today, but just wanted to give a little bit of background on myself and how I ended up working with this group on this project. So, as I mentioned, my name is Faith Heron. I'm actually defending my dissertation next week, so that's why I can't be there. But I am interested in the implementation of evidence-based treatment, specifically for pediatric obesity. So I work with teenagers specifically. But in addition to my research work, I'm also a passionate patient advocate. So I serve on the Obesity Action Coalition's Access to Care and membership committees, in addition to the fact that I founded an organization specifically for adolescents with obesity that offers support groups for teens who are undergoing clinical interventions for obesity. So things like behavioral treatments, taking medications, or having metabolic and bariatric surgery. And all of that work, both my research and patient advocacy, is inspired by the fact that I have lived with obesity my entire life. So my mom knew from a very young age that my weight was going to be something that I struggled with. And she attempted to approach my providers, but unfortunately was met with a lot of stigma and bias. So we largely navigated our journey with weight alone. And there was a lot of self-directed efforts at weight management on my family's part. Fortunately, at the age of 16, I finally had access to evidence-based treatment for obesity, and I underwent Roux-en-Y gastric bypass. Everything was going well up until I started grad school in the middle of a pandemic, which was not the most fun experience. And also started planning a wedding during that time. So there was a lot going on. So unfortunately, without being able to focus solely on my weight management efforts and having a lot of life circumstances going on, I did experience some weight regain around 8 to 9 years after my bariatric surgery. So for the past year or so, I've taken a variety of different obesity medications. So I have a variety of experiences with all aspects of the continuum of obesity care that we have, and I'm excited to share those experiences. I'm really passionate about the inclusion of the patient voice in research. Specifically, I knew when I was going through surgery, looking at my provider, I appreciated their empathy and their understanding, but I recognized that they never were going to understand what it was like to be me unless they could walk in my shoes. So that's why I decided to go into research, but I appreciate the patient engagement efforts of the FNIH, because as fun as getting a PhD has been, not all patients should have to do that in order to be involved in the research process. So I'm excited to be working with this group and bringing in the patient perspective. Next slide. And I'll hand it back to Melissa.
Okay. So one of the technologies that we want to look at is 3D optical imaging. And in order to do this imaging, you have to be in very form-fitting clothing and/or sometimes in your birthday suit. And you're going to have an image or scan taken of you. I think for all of us, that would be extremely uncomfortable. And so with an eye on how patients would accept or reject, and with a mind on their comfort for this part of the procedure, Faith is going to weigh in on this. So next slide, please. Faith.
Right. So When Melissa first explained to me how these measurements are taken, my first thought from the patient perspective is comfortability with procedures. And one of the reasons that I think about that is because a lot of patients with obesity have experienced stigma or bias in the medical context. Or the medical setting context. So being aware of those previous stigmatizing experiences and ensuring that the protocol is aware of those and makes the process as comfortable as possible, while acknowledging that there will be some uncomfortability, and being aware of previous stigma in those experiences. I'm also thinking about the ability to act on information received. So a lot of times people with obesity receive information, I think like back in the day when people used to get BMI report cards at school, right? It's not helpful to be given that information without any ability to act on it if you so choose. So ensuring that when we deliver information, we also ensure that if people have preferences to change these numbers or act on these numbers, that they have the resources to do so, because it's not just helpful to have information, you want to be able to act on it too. So those are the kind of things I'm thinking about as Melissa walks through these procedures.
Next slide. And then another area that Faith will weigh in on is our study design as it currently stands. The first day or the first visit for the patient is going to be quite long. We will do all the anthropometric measurements. That's a tongue twister for me. The 3D optical, the bioimpedance, the MRI, and the DEXA scan in the same day. The DEXA scan and the MRI have already been shown to be highly repeatable measures, but the bioimpedance and 3D optics, there's not enough data out there on it. So we will have a follow-on visit about a week later to repeat the bioimpedance and the 3D optical scan. Faith, I'll hand it back over to you.
And again, some patient considerations for this include time away from work or time when people need childcare. As Melissa mentioned, it's a lengthy process to go through all of these measurements. So along with that, making sure that participants are adequately compensated for the amount of time that they're missing work or having to have childcare is important, while making it as convenient as possible. That's the goal for the patient, but also acknowledging that there are some aspects of it that are inconvenient and just ensuring that we have the necessary compensation to make it worth the patient's time. And then another thing thinking about is the interpretation of the results received. So when a patient receives a BMI score, they're a little bit more familiar with that and might not need as much help interpreting that. But one of the questions that I'm having is, what do the reports from these measures look like? And are we going to have someone who walks through that information and ensures that the patient understands what was measured, how it was measured, and what that information is telling them, which ties into the piece from the last slide that if they want to act on that information that they receive, they should be able to do so. But those are some of the things I'm thinking about from the patient perspective.
Thank you. Next slide. So what do we expect to get out of this study? Obviously, we're trying to validate bioimpedance as a replacement, not only for MRI and DEXA to measure the discrete fat compartments and total fat mass, but also hopefully to eventually replace BMI. These measures could be used in the doctor's office for the clinical management of patients to identify which patients might be in which a therapy might be useful. Also a patient could use it in the home office. These measures can also be used by our industry partners as they perform their clinical studies to show what compartments of fat mass and or lean muscle mass the patients might be losing. And then I'll let you take the last one, Faith.
Right. So the last one is that we hope it has a significant impact on access to interventions for patients and improves clinical management of these patients. So I highlighted this one as an important component from the patient perspective, because BMI doesn't give us a lot of information. If there's any other patients in the room with obesity, I'm sure we've been frustrated if we've undergone interventions and our BMI is not in a normal range. That can be an incredibly frustrating experience. So some of these measurements provide more helpful information that we can use in collaboration with our providers to ensure our health is where we want it to be. And I also highlighted it as this last bullet point is a heavy lift. So access to care is something that we struggle with a lot in the field of obesity. So the results from this study also have the opportunity to partner with community engaged organizations like the Obesity Action Coalition to help improve access to care so they can advocate alongside those patient advocacy groups with this newfound data.
Thank you. Next slide. As I stated earlier, this project is in development. We are about to start writing the actual protocol to implement for final approval. So this is the schedule that we're operating against. We really hope to have the final protocol and project plan developed by the end of this year and approved early next year so that we can fundraise and launch the project by May to June of 2025. We anticipate that this is about a 2-year study. And currently we're looking at somewhere around 200 to 300 patients. That will be demographically representative of the United States population and about 50-50 male-female. And with that, I'll take any questions as well as Faith. Mm-hmm.
Yes, hello, this is Rochelle from Orchid Healthcare Solutions. So looking at from the perspective of adolescents, young adults and pediatrics, where as healthcare providers, we provide therapies and treatments that cause obesity. And then we use words within the clinical documentation, such as body habitus, and how that has implications on the care delivery, the interpretation of the treatments offered and measured, and how that has influence on that individual going forward in how they perceive themselves in the future and what actions they would take. How are we looking to address that, where we as the healthcare system is providing and offering treatments that cause obesity, but not also adding to the solution for the counterbalance in that treatment?
That is a really good question. And unfortunately, it is beyond the scope of this particular project. But it could be a future project to look at some of these other areas. Right now, we're simply trying to validate a tool. And once the tools are validated, there's much more that we can do going forward as far as studies. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
One thing I was thinking about in terms of your May's last comment about this being used in ways to show success. And so I'm curious, when we think about BMI, the flaws in BMI, one of the things is we use it both to diagnose obesity, and then we use it to try to decide if someone's successful at addressing their obesity or not. Has there been any thought about splitting those two? You might actually find that one of these measures is better at diagnosing obesity, but a different one is better for actually measuring success in treating obesity. So I'm just curious if that's something under consideration.
Yes, it is. And it was entertained to do a more longitudinal study with a higher patient population, and also a patient population that had sufficient powering so that we could even tell racial and ethnic differences. However, since the tool itself is not validated and the longitudinal study is so expensive, we decided to go with a cross-sectional first to validate a tool. And we plan to follow it up with a longitudinal study and then also try to link it to outcome studies. Mhm.
Just curious, have you thought about like an exclusionary or generalizability of the results if you have individuals that might have psychopathologies or other types of issues that could limit them being inside the MRI machine?
Yes, all of that is currently actually being discussed as we develop the protocol. We have not finalized our inclusion and exclusion criteria for the project yet.
Melissa, since we discussed this morning about not just inclusion of women in clinical studies, but also powering the studies so that you could see if there are meaningful differences. Could you talk a little bit about, even though this is a pilot study of a small number of people, how are you addressing that?
Yes, so we are enrolling as close as possible to a 50-50 mix of male and female. And we are working very closely with a statistician that is very established in the obesity field so that we can determine the accuracy and differences in measurements between males and females. So for the first study, the cross-sectional, we plan on having it sufficiently powered for that.
So as Joe alluded, there's going to be a whole panel on anti-obesity treatments and some of the exciting developments there. But we have one last vignette of project and LungMap is the next one with Stacy and Kim, who are both here. Thank you. And this is an older project. We've had LungMap for as sort of a FNIH program for, I don't know, coming on, Stacy, 5 years? No, sorry.
Try a decade.
I haven't been around here for more than a decade, so it's always been there. And it's again another a project where, you know, this was before we were really doing such an active engagement with patient communities, but it gives you a sense of how we have always engaged patient voices. So Stacy and Kim, after you.
Sounds good. Can we go to the next slide? So again, we'll introduce ourselves, but we'll just have this up there while we're there. So you already heard my introduction earlier, VP from Science Partnerships and Translational Science. I oversee cancer, work with Tanya and her team around metabolic disorders and some of the maternal health work, also oversee both our acute and long COVID portfolios, as well as some of our clinical innovation that has actually grown out of things like LungMap.
So my name is Kim Norris. I am the president and co-founder of Lung Cancer Foundation of America. I'm going to give a kind of a background, a quick background on the state of lung cancer and why LungMap was needed. But in doing that, I can tell my story also. So it's not like I grew up thinking, oh, I'm going to start a lung cancer foundation when I grow up. But as I'm sure many of you have experienced this, life has a way of throwing you a curveball. So my husband in 1997 was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer. He was only 45 at the time. Back then, there were no options, basically. Chemo, radiation, surgery if you were lucky. None of it really worked. He underwent 5 different clinical trials during that time period. He said he would do it again. It did buy him some good time, but you know, surviving 5 years back, 2 years back then was a milestone. After he passed away, I went back to work and realized I couldn't do it anymore. I was a consultant for Fortune 100 senior teams. If I listened to one more CEO or CFO bitch and complain about the crap they were complaining about, I was going to reach over and slap them. realized I had changed, they had not, time for me to do something else. I got involved in the lung spore. I became a lung spore patient advocate. And I knew nothing about lung cancer. You know, he and I were just trying to survive during that 2 years. So, but in about 2003, I entered the world of lung cancer patient advocacy. So I've been doing this a long time. I was there when EGFR was first identified. And that was interesting in that there was this drug called Arisa that basically in trial for lung cancer was a failure because 90% of the people died. But there were a few researchers that said, wait a minute, what about the 10% that survived? They did ultimately die of the disease, but they survived longer than anybody normally would. And that opened up the door to biomarkers and the discovery of biomarker-driven cancer. It also opened up the discovery of, instead of looking at lung cancer is lung cancer is lung cancer, and you treat it all the same, we discovered that, in fact, everybody's tumor is unique and different, and that everybody needed what we call biomarker testing. I'm sure you all know about that, to identify, in fact, what is the driver of their particular tumor? What is causing that? As you can see in this chart behind me, around 2003, you can see the FDA-approved treatments just went through the roof with the discovery of biomarkers. And you can see in the pie chart there, all of those biomarkers 20 years ago, nobody knew anything about them. And now they're driving treatment. I know advocates that are now stage 4 lung cancer patient advocates that are truly living with lung cancer. And they're 10, 15, even some 20 years out. So it's really a success story. I feel like I've been very fortunate to have a front row seat to watch some of the most amazing transformational, translational research that has gone directly from the bench to the bedside and resulted in people living quality lives. And it's very rewarding to see that. As president and co-founder of Lung Cancer Foundation of America, our primary mission is to fund research, mainly to bring the best and the brightest into the world of lung cancer, because we didn't have that 20 years ago. Nobody wanted to do anything in lung cancer. Why? There wasn't any money, and it was depressing. So anyway, we fund research, but I think Carol Lee earlier was talking about marketing. We also do public awareness because most people don't know that lung cancer needs research. What do you think the first question is out of someone's mouth when you say, oh, my husband had lung cancer? What do they say? Did he smoke? You know, that stigma still haunts us today and is why it's one of the most underfunded most underfunded research program for cancer is because of that stigma. Also, just to follow on up with the women's discussion earlier, lung cancer kills 3 times more women than breast cancer. And it passed breast cancer in I want to say 98. I forgot exactly what year it was. And the fastest growing group of newly diagnosed lung cancer patients are in young, never smoke women. So it's definitely a women's issue right now. And those women, the young, never smoked, do not qualify for screening because lung cancer is one of the only screening mechanisms where behavior is taken into consideration in order to be eligible. That's one of my pet peeves right now. That and a few other things. But as you can see, when it comes to Lung Map and the partnership, that we've come up. Lung Map was started about 10 years ago. But with the onset of this discovery of all these biomarkers, how do you get the patient's biomarker? Most of the doctors didn't even know what this was and what was going on. And even today, we still have a hard time. I mean, many of the doctors out there will just start you on chemo. That still happens, even though it's not NCCN guidelines. So anyway, that's just a little background.
I was gonna say, it's always hard to follow Kim. She's been around, and she's been with the partnership since the beginning. So to Tanya's point, and we can go to the next slide. When we started Lung Map, obviously it's a bit unique to have a project that's gonna run for 10 years, right? Like, how often does that happen in science that you're able to keep something alive that long? When we started this, it was started as a biomarker-driven protocol, registration intent. And what that means is that the FDA, we collected the data such that the FDA would accept it for actual regulatory filing. Now, why is that important? Never had a master protocol done that before. There were 2 master protocols to precede Lung Map. One was the battle trial, which was also in lung cancer. The other was the I-SPY 2 trial, which we also helped launch. And then handed over to UCSF and Quantum Leap. And so we had learned a lot from I-SPY, and we wanted to push forward in lung cancer. But when you're talking about second line and beyond, stage 4 metastatic lung cancer, where there are literally 0 other options, one, you're studying patients with very low biomarker percentage, to Kim's point, that 10%. Or even less. We now study biomarkers that go down to sub 1% in these populations. We're going to be exceptionally hard to find. So the first thing that Lung Map was really set up to address was, let's tap into one of the greatest resources this country has for clinical trial testing, which is the National Clinical Trials Network that NCI had spent years establishing. The second thing it was going to do was, at the time, we were looking at squamous cell carcinoma because that's where a lot of the mutational factors were. And we did that, and we knew they were going to have small biomarker percentages based on the data that Kim had given you. And we were going to do that. So it took us 2 years, from 2012 to 2014, to discuss, to design the protocol, to get everything together, to stand it up. And what launched was a master protocol for biomarker-driven squamous cell lung carcinoma. The one thing that we had that was a particular factor for the patient advocates, such as Kim and others who sat at the table with us, I think we had probably 10 of the lung cancer organizations sitting with us in the design, was that there had to be an option for every patient. And so we also had a non-match study. And we were actually one of the earliest people to have access to some of the PD-L1 inhibitors. First to the one from AstraZeneca, and then eventually the ones from Merck and BMS. So we had this set up, biomarker to one side, the non-match, if you didn't have a biomarker, you would come and you still got cutting edge therapy. But the other thing that Kim highlighted that Lung Map did that nobody else was doing at the time, and part of the reason that FDA was so keen on having us work with them and have it be registration intent, was the fact that we were screening using a standardized screening platform that we selected, and all of the data would be collected on the same platform so that we could cross-compare patients. We could then file, whatever we had with the regulators. And as I like to say, we were with FMI before FMI was cool. So Foundation Medicine, which if you're in any of the genetic testing space at this point in time, you've probably heard of, we were one of FMI's first partners. And I do mean true partnership, and it still is a true partnership. So we're able to bring folks like that to the table. How Lung Map has survived all of these years is, you'll now note that what I have up there as far as what the study is that it is a non-small cell lung cancer, all histologies. So the very first thing that we did, we launched a year and a half later. Guess what happened? Immunotherapy got approved in the front line. Totally changed our patient dynamics. We spent another half year revising the protocol and relaunching. Operated under that until everybody pretty much that we were going to see in second line was either getting immunotherapy or immunotherapy plus chemo in the front line, which meant we were only seeing immunorefractory patients. which meant we once again adapted the protocol. So this is how one survives over 10 years. This is how a project runs for as long as it does, is that you have best-in-class people like Kim and the docs that work with us. We work with probably, the best-in-class lung cancer doctors from all over the US that are part of the National Clinical Trials Network. And you continuously move where the patients need you to be. And that is the motto of LungMap. We have always moved to where the patients have needed to be. And if anybody is here who is in the cancer space, knows one of our loudest patient advocates and the group that does most of our PR work with us is the Friends of Cancer Research. If you've ever met Ellen Siegel, she is a force of nature, and constantly will be at every single meeting and say, what value does this have for patients? Why should we care? Is this doing the right thing for patients? And so we have done that consistently. So if we go to the next slide, I'm just going to go through some brief slides. So this is what the schematic currently looks like. Anything in green are active sub-studies. Anything, and again, I'm going to go by me looking at this. Hopefully it's the same for you guys. Anything to the left is a biomarker-driven sub-study. Anything to the right is a non-match. The light blues are what we have in development. What this doesn't show here is the 18 sub-studies that we have already conducted and closed. In 10 years' time, we have tested over 18 combinations and single agents in this trial, and we have been able to definitively give companies the answer that yes, your drug will work, or no, it won't. Now, unfortunately, for the vast majority of them, it's a no, this isn't going to work, but we've done that faster than they would have been able to do it on their own. And they still find that to be exceptionally valuable. Next slide. So these are the partners that have been with us. And so when you've heard the term herding cats earlier today, this is definitely a herding cats kind of situation. We have all of the founding partners, so the National Cancer Institute, the Foundation, the Friends of Cancer Research, the FDA, and then all of the cooperative groups. In particular, SWOG operates as our academic research organization for conduct of the trial. And then all of the companies you can see below there that have been willing to partner with us multiple times. Next slide. And again, this is going to be far too small for you guys to read, but if anybody has interest, we actually have this as like a handout sheet, but this just goes over the impacts of what we've done in a decade. And so as you can see, it's got the number of, drugs tested, completed, that sort of thing. It has the number of biospecimens that we have banked, not only genomic data on, but clinical data, longitudinal data. People can actually apply to work with the LungMap data. So we do secondary studies. We had centralized imaging up until 2 years ago. So we have 8 years of centralized imaging data on lung cancer. All of that is accessible to be worked with. And so we also view this as a resource to give back to the community to continue research. And we've actually had some of our biomarker consortium projects apply to work with LungMap. Next slide. And as I said, ultimately, everything that we do for this trial, because it is one of, not often do we stand up trials as part of a project that we do, at least as a standalone project that is meant to run this long. We do it because the patients need it. And so these are just particular patient testimonials, as Kim noted. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of patients with lived experience that stay with us a long time. We work with them for as long as we can, but unfortunately, we don't get many that kind of have those really good results 5-10 years out. More and more we are having them. As you can see, we've had some folks that have been with us. Annie has actually been with us, I think 8 or 9 years on the trial follow-up. So again, she was one of our first that got immunotherapy for the trial. So we do have some really good success stories. The only other thing I'll note is projects often beget projects. We actually spun our one positive study out of LungMap into another project that FDA asked us to do around piloting pragmatic trial designs. So Pragmatica Lung, if you've heard that, that was actually spun out of LungMap with our first positive study, and it got breakthrough designation by the FDA. And so we always are looking to kind of move with the pace of innovation. But I'll stop there and take any questions for both Kim and I.
I have a question.
Yes.
Can you back up about 3 slides? I'm going to put my advocate hat on. You're going to see advocacy working there, live and in living color. So based on the conversation this morning, is there any reason we can't require that all of the sub-studies report out by gender?
No, in fact, we actually segregate the results by gender, race, ethnicity, rurality. We also do that.
Katie has a nomenclature. Yeah.
Yes, sorry.
So sex, reported by sex, you can report by gender identity separately.
Okay.
But you have to have sex as the standard.
All right, that's probably what it is, because we're pulling from EHR. Yeah.
Right. But if you are going to require it and you're pulling it, it would be awesome to have it all standard. And they're two different things too, like, and you could maybe then do some cross analysis that you talked about.
Right. Yeah, and all the data is all the clinical data is centralized. Our stats group is at the Fred Hutch. We work with an excellent statistician, Mary Redmond, who has been in the field for a good long time. And so it's all standardized, and you're probably right. It's probably sex, because this is all pulled from EHR. We have patient reported.
I would assume it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. There are standard ways to do it, but it's not applied or implemented.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, I'll
Good to
take
know.
my advocate hat on.
Yeah, you're good.
That's right. Thank you.
Other questions?
The only other point I'll make is earlier you were asking about language. So in lung cancer, obviously the stigma is huge. So we have developed the advocates through, in partnership with IASLC, a language first guide. So rather than saying former smoker, saying someone who used to smoke. So, or you don't say the person failed the trial. No, the person did not fail it. Their tumor might have failed it, but they did not. So we have a whole language first guide because of the stigma we have had to fight against.
Thank you so much.
All right, we are in the final session. It's over there. And I'd like to just invite Joe to come up and introduce the panel for promises of emerging obesity treatments in women. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everybody. Honored to be here today. I'm Joe Naglowski. I run the Obesity Action Coalition, which is the patient advocacy group in the obesity space. I've been doing this work for about 20 years now, so I've seen the world change quite a bit around this topic. And honestly, if you been watching the news lately, I once made a comment that I said, I wish we were had as much attention as some of these other diseases got. And maybe I want to take that back right now, because at times the narrative has gotten a little out of control, but we'll talk a little bit about that today. But I would like to invite all my panelists to come forward and join me on the stage here, and then I will do some introductions. So first, joining me, our first speaker today will be Dr. Scott Kahan, who is a member of my board at the Obesity Action Coalition, but one of the nation's leading obesity medicine specialists. I'm also joined by two remarkable patient advocates, Nikki Massey, who will soon chair the Obesity Action Coalition's board, and then Michelle Oshman, who many of you know from her role at BIO, but is going to talk to her about her lived experience with obesity as well today. And then I'm also joined by Rita Glaze-Rowe from Real Chemistry, who's going to talk about their single point dashboard for all things GLP-1. So with that being said, we already heard some questions before, but I'll save those to the end. But Dr. Kahan, do you want to start us off and talk about what does the real world look like today in treating people for obesity? What does good evidence-based obesity care look like?
Yeah, so on the one hand, real world evidence-based obesity medicine is or should not be any different from real world evidence-based general medicine, which is to say, if a patient comes into a doctor's office with, say, throat pain or a fever or whatever, it shouldn't be a situation where the doctor says, oh, well, if you just I don't know, exercise a little bit more, then you won't have that fever anymore, and sends them off. On the other hand, if a patient walks into a doctor's office with throat pain or fever or the like, there shouldn't be just sort of a dismissal of real medicine and a physical exam and history and trying to figure out what's going on, and instead just give them a prescription for something. Both of those scenarios are historically very common in the world of treating obesity. Frequently, patients are dismissed. Frequently, patients are not given thoughtful approaches, thoughtful attention, thoughtful treatment. And so often they'll go to a doctor again for something like a fever or a bellyache or something like that. And rather than have those things addressed, they will be dismissed and say, well, if you just lose weight, that'll solve all of your problems, right? On the other hand, particularly to Joe's point earlier, with all the hype of late, which in some cases has been positive, but with all the hype of late, now it's not uncommon for patients to just go into a doctor's office and get a prescription for a medication, whether they're a good candidate or not, whether they are medically appropriate or not, and so forth. And so, the world of obesity has always been kind of different from other areas of medicine, even though it really shouldn't be. Obesity is a health condition, not unlike hypertension or diabetes or the like. And so systematic, evidence-based obesity medicine should follow the same algorithm that general medicine follows. So we should first sort of accept and approach patients with respect and thoughtfulness and care. And we should work up patients appropriately. And that includes talking to them, and that includes getting a thorough history, and that includes a physical exam, and it possibly includes blood tests and maybe some imaging and whatever, such that patient and doctor together can come together to a consensus on a shared decision-making treatment model that may be most helpful for them. And third, and here's another example of how obesity medicine and general medicine often don't overlap like they should. So let's say a patient goes, a thin patient who just has diabetes or has hypertension, goes to the doctor and they do all the right things, and they start some sort of treatment. There's going to be a follow-up appointment to check on the treatment. There's going to be consideration of adjusting the treatment if needed. There's going to be ongoing care and attention and management of that chronic condition. With obesity, if a patient is lucky enough to have a doctor that has some insights into this, and is lucky enough to be treated thoughtfully and with care, and is lucky enough to have a diagnosis and plan in place, and whether a prescription or whether a prescription for a medication or a prescription for lifestyle change or whatever. And if it's a medication, lucky enough to have coverage for that and they can get it and all of that, typically what ends up happening is they get that treatment and then they go off, and then that's it. And hopefully that solves all the problem, which is pretty much never the case. This is a chronic condition. Anyway, obesity medicine should be practiced very, very much analogously to how good general medicine is practiced, and we're slowly getting there. So over the last decade, since we started board certifying the first physicians in obesity medicine, I think we have now around 10,000 US clinicians that are now board certified in obesity medicine. And while that does not, definitively mean that they're going to practice good evidence-based medicine, more often than not, it probably does. And there's better knowledge among general doctors that just dabble in this a little bit as well. And we're moving forward, but unfortunately slowly. We're also moving forward in terms of access to treatments, whether bariatric surgery, whether good dietary counseling, whether medications, but unfortunately quite slowly, and there's still a long way to go there. So an exciting time to be in this field, but still a lot of progress to be made. I know we've been behind a little bit, so I'll pass it along now, and we can get back to this if it's helpful for you during the questions.
Thanks, Scott. I appreciate that. So Michelle, why don't you share? This is a this is the patient summit, right? So let's hear some real patient stories, what we're talking about here in the real world, what it's like to live with obesity and seek care for your obesity. So Michelle, you want to kick us off with that?
Me too. So I have the good fortune of having made my career focused on patients and patient advocacy. So I worked in patient advocacy at Eli Lilly for a number of years. I was there for 18 years before coming to Bio to lead patient advocacy 4 years ago. So, but in addition to that, I am a patient, and we all are patients, and you know, from the moment we're born. But some of us have different journeys than others. My journey really, when I remember being in grade school, and there was like this made-for-TV movie where Elizabeth Taylor got a facelift, and it was like all horrible and painful. Remember that? Like, and she was like, they like cut her skin to make her look beautiful, whatever. It was this thing. So I remember having a daydream if they could do that to my body. If I could have all this stuff that was make all my fat cut off, and I'm like in grade school, right? So I internalized, you know, the experience of being obese in a very real and frankly pathological way, as many of us do, because it's abnormal. But you know, I remember going to doctors who said, you know, she just needs to stop eating. Well, okay, like you're gonna stop breathing, dude? Like what? And I think, you know, as I you know, came into my career and was doing all of this cool stuff, my weight was still, you know, very much a challenge. My maiden last name is Barrett, and so there's a Barrett gene. My father had it, my brother had it, my sister had it, multiple nieces, nephews, cousins. You can look across a room when we go to I would go to a family reunion, and it's this phenotype, right? So it's, you know, big hips, backsides, everything. Like when I was pregnant, everything got pregnant, like my fingers, everything, like just, I was really, really uncomfortable in my skin. But I was lucky to find a bariatric physician, weight management physician, Dr. Kahan, in 2010, and started working with him, and over time took advantage of the many programs, including group therapy, behavioral, you know, CBT, nutrition management, and had some success. It was always really hard for me. I went through medical weight management, where you have a protein packet and a protein bar, and then a protein packet, and then bird seed, and a little bit of lean meat, and then greens, which I hate, and had some success. But at the end of the day, I really, as I came into my 40s, I started to experience osteoarthritis in my knees. My hypertension was fairly significant. I should say my kids are 21 and 23 now, but when I gave birth, I weighed 242 pounds. So I remember watching the Super Bowl that year and weighing more than like linebackers and just sobbing, just like being so defeated by this. But again, ultimately found some medical weight management. All of that was completely out of pocket. I worked at a major pharmaceutical company with phenomenal healthcare, but all of that was out of pocket, except the physician visits, which were just billed as, you know, on the encounter form. We had an encounter. But it, you know, finally, I got to the point where I said, look, I have got to do something. My A1C was right around like 5.9. The BMI, I had to stop lying to myself, because on those BMI charts, it would be like small frame, medium frame, large frame. And I always said, I'm a large frame woman. But like, if you look at my wrists, like I wear a size 6 shoe, right? Like I'm not, so finally came to see the light that I had to do something. I knew I had to do something. I always thought that gastric surgery, gastric bypass was such a last resort, that I was only 60 pounds overweight or 80 pounds overweight. But finally recognized that I had to do this. My BMI at the time was like 34.8. So I had to gain 8 pounds to make criteria. I was able to have it. My insurance covered it at 35, at the BMI of 35, as long as I had 2 or more comorbidities, which hypertension, GERD, osteoarthritis, misery, all kinds of things that I really felt. I had the support of my physician who'd been, working with me for so many years, to do that. And so in October of 2018, I had gastric bypass. I have religiously followed the protocol, and I think because I had a relatively low BMI to start with, I have benefited significantly from that and maintained my weight loss. I went into surgery at about 210, 208, 210. I weighed myself this morning and I don't lie about it anymore. It's 137. I do protein supplements, all of those things, but my main form of exercise, our daughter's an equestrian. And so I always loved watching her like jump over things on this horse. I always wanted to do that, but to be at a jumping, like as an adult, to take lessons, you have to weigh less than 180 pounds, especially if you really want to pursue jumping. So after I'd lost weight and kind of regained my balance, for me, because it comes off so fast, you really are kind of clumsy I was clumsy on my feet anyway. I took up equestrian. So I took up equestrian at the end of 2019. I now ride 3 times a week, and I go on these amazing vacations where I go to like these equestrian workshops for a week at a time. I'm going to one in Portugal in 2.5 weeks. I'm taking our daughter, who also lives with obesity. But she is hopefully never going to have to go through surgery. She's on a GLP. But I feel like in my professional life as a patient advocate, in my personal life as a patient advocate, I'm so grateful for the opportunity that I have and for the experience I have. But at the same time, I'm really fucking pissed off. Like, I really am, that when I go into Bloomingdale's, people treat me totally differently than they did like 10 years ago. And excuse my French, but I think you guys have heard that word before. It really frustrates me. It frustrates me to see how people treat Judy, my daughter, because they look at her and they say, well, that's a fat kid, right? And it really frustrates me that despite the fact that we now have very effective treatments that can stave off cardiovascular disease, prevent folks from having to get knee replacements, all of these things that insurance still isn't paying for them. Fun tidbit, I did a little bit of research. Tirzepatide, which is exactly the same drug, whether it's Mounjaro or Zepbound, same dose. Once you've achieved your desired A1C, if you're taking it for diabetes, you stabilize at that dose. They don't tell you to go off of it. They don't say, like, insurance still pays for you to do that. For patients with obesity, once you've achieved your desired BMI, most payers, the few payers that even do pay for it, stop paying for it. So again, not being treated like it's a legitimate medical condition. My obesity will come, I still have obesity. I will always have obesity. I manage my obesity, but if I'm not thoughtful, careful, and really vigilant, I will lose that battle. And it's amazing to me that on top of all of the things that we live with, the payer environment is still, I won't use another F word, it's still unfortunate.
Thanks, Michelle, for sharing your story. We relate to so much of that. I will just say in my own life, for no amount of money can I buy health insurance in the state of Florida for the employees of the Obesity Action Coalition for obesity care. It's just not offered. There's no option available for a small business to buy that. So I'm one of the fortunate few. I can pay out of pocket for my GLP-1 that I take, but most people don't have that opportunity. So, Nikki, you have a powerful story as well. Why don't you share your story with us?
Sure. So I will say this. I have had Roux-en-Y gastric bypass surgery in 2008, and I say that first to make the next statement sort of a little bit more impactful. There has never been a time in my entire 47 years of life where I have been, quote unquote, a normal weight. I was born 3 weeks early at 9 pounds, 3.5 ounces. I was a big baby who turned into a big kid, who turned into a big teenager, who grew into a big woman. So, I always sort of classify my experience as sort of before, after, and after the after. The before is pretty straightforward. I grew up in the 80s. Most of my childhood was in the 80s, where every diet ever seemed to thrive. My mom in particular was very worried about my weight as I was coming up. And it's interesting because in my, area, my family, my culture, being a person who's bigger than the normal person isn't necessarily a stigmatized thing. However, there's a point where you go past that and it's a little bit worrisome. And so, I was put on diets and told to exercise more and things like that. None of it was really particularly effective. And what it sort of taught me as a kid was I sort of drowned out and started disregarding medical advice. So as a young adult, I didn't really go to the doctor that much. What made me the catalyst for me to want to start to meaningfully address my weight was that I had these 2 small children and I could not keep up with them. I would go to the park and I would need to sit down on a bench while they played some distance away at a playground. And that's not the kind of mom that I wanted to be. And so, one thing thinking back on my life is that even if I have a hard time doing something for myself, I will do anything for my children. So I really, really, really was interested in addressing this so that I could be the kind of person, the kind of mom that I wanted to be. So I underwent Roux-en-Y gastric bypass in 2008. And things went pretty well initially. It's interesting though, because I had surgery and surgery actually made me realize some things about myself that honestly, it might be hard to believe I did not realize beforehand. For instance, I have a problem with compulsive eating. Food talks to me. It sings to me. It tries to convince me to come and get it. I'm not the type of person who can eat half a sandwich and leave the half a sandwich on a plate. I'm not the type of person who can go out to lunch with you and you have food on your plate, because if you have food on your plate, I don't hear anything that you're saying. I hear the food. And so I didn't know that until after gastric bypass, because that was the point where my brain and my body couldn't act in unison. My body stopped eating before my brain was ready for me to stop eating. That drove me into some pretty difficult mental health situations. During that time, I had a very good bariatric practice. At the time, there were standards for getting surgery that went something like, you go to see a bariatric surgeon, you have to have a psychological evaluation, you have to go see a nutritionist. Usually we were required to lose a certain percentage of our body weight before surgery. I didn't realize this at the time, but really I was being made to prove that I was worthy of this treatment. And so you have the surgery, and after the surgery, they have things like, patient support groups, and they have follow-up for about 2 years after surgery. And, everything was going great. By the 2-year point, I'd lost like about 155 pounds. I was doing really great. By that time, social media came on deck. We post-ops were talking to each other. I started a blog called Bariatric Foodie, which became very, very popular. And that's sort of how I made a lot of connections in the bariatric and the weight loss space. About in 2012, things started to change for me. And that's the period of time that I sort of define as the after. The first sort of catalyzing event was that my mother passed away. She was 58 years old. She died of complications of diabetes. And that was sort of the point where my ability to express, like you express like a great deal of rigor in how you live your life now. And I was like the rules follower. I was going to follow all the rules, because going into surgery, people impress on you not only that you're lucky to be having the surgery, but I cannot count. If I had a nickel for the number of times that people told me, now don't go gaining all that weight back. It's like, so I felt like I owed it to somebody besides myself to keep the weight off. And I had a lot of rigor about it. But when my mother passed away, it was sort of like my gravitational center sort of dropped from under me. So that happened. In 2016, I got breast cancer, had to have a bilateral mastectomy. That was a whole event that I talk about a lot, because that's where I started to notice that there were distinct differences in how different diseases are treated. When I had treatment for my breast cancer, number one, I had like a person on the team whose whole job it was to make sure that I went through the steps that I needed to do. Every test leading up to my diagnosis, every treatment decision, everything. I had a doctor who, you know, they do this consultation when you have cancer. I think it was called a triple diagnostic or something like that, where all the oncologists come together and they sort of talk to each other, and then you come in and then they talk to you. And I think that my main doctor could tell that I was like a deer with caught in the headlights. And so after that meeting, he sort of came back after everybody else was out of the room, and he actually drew on the back of a piece of paper, and I still have this, the treatment options they had given me, and sort of where they lead, like sort of a little flow chart. He's like, you know, you make whatever decision you're comfortable with. I need you to know where these decisions lead. Nobody's ever done that for me for obesity. It's like I got surgery and it was up to me to keep up with my follow-ups. It was up to me to eat right, move more, take my vitamins and all of that good stuff. But there wasn't really anybody there to sort of help me along the way. And so, you know, with those two events, I started picking up weight. And the pandemic was like sort of the thing that sealed the deal. I was at home up until that point. You know, I very intentionally, you know, I had this job. I would take public transportation, walk about 1.5 miles to and from my job and things like that. And so all of that sort of slowed down. And in the process of that, I picked up a lot of weight. And so where I find myself today is not necessarily back to square one, but in a situation where, you know, I'm realizing how much things both have and have not changed. There's more treatments. However, from where I sit, it's not necessarily easier to access them because, you know, my first step was I went back to my bariatric surgeon because I didn't know who else to go to. My primary care doctor, who I love, by the way, very sweet person, is flummoxed by my body. After my mastectomy, I presented with anemia, and he wanted to go through all of these invasive treatments or invasive tests to find out about my anemia. And I had to beg him to speak to my bariatric surgeon because I was like, okay, I'm going to be really honest. I'm not always compliant with my vitamins, and it might be that. And he wanted to like stick tubes down me and all sorts of crazy stuff. And so when I finally got my medical team talking to each other, my bariatric surgeon was like, yeah, you're probably going to have to help her get back up, and then we're going to have a talk with her about her vitamins. But so, you know, that's to say, I didn't necessarily think, okay, I'm going to go to my primary care physician for this. So I went to my bariatric surgeon, and my bariatric surgeon is also a very nice person. However, there's sort of this rigorous sort of set in stone protocol that they have on how to treat you. And so even though I was a post-op, and at this point I'm 15 years post-op, I was treated like I was a pre-op. So I was given like this sheet of paper of this diet that he wanted me to do for like 14 days. And it was like 900 calories. And here's how much you're supposed to exercise and all of that good stuff. And that sort of put me off because, you know, it's just like, okay, but nobody's asking me why, what happened, you know, what changed, you know, can we look at your medical records or anything? I mean, don't get me wrong. I do think that, you know, behavior and eating have something to do with it, but I know, you know, not in small part because of the OAC and learning to be an advocate for myself, that's not the only factors that were going on. And so, you know, I have found a bariatrician who is willing to ask those questions. I'm at the very beginning of that journey, but I think that it's important to bring my voice into these conversations because it's not really well known. I didn't know that like doctors in medical school aren't naturally trained in obesity. It's a big thing in this country and around the world. So I don't understand why that isn't just sort of a natural part of how physicians are trained. But it was very frustrating on the patient side. And for me, what that translated to was periods where I just opted out of that system, which didn't hurt anybody but myself. And so learning how to work with it, with the medical community, with the people who are the practitioners, to be able to have conversations that will keep me engaged in the process for myself is really important because I only have this one life. And so I want to live it in the best manner possible. And in order to do that, I have to be able to trust that my medical providers are working with me and for me, and that I can be honest with them and be a partner with them in how I treat my obesity.
Thank you very much, Nikki. Let's give a big round of applause to Michelle and Nikki. It's why we're here, and especially with obesity, you know, we think of, oh, the 42% or 43% of Americans live with obesity. We think of people as statistics. When we show pictures of people with obesity, we cut their heads off, we dehumanize them, or make them not real people. But I mean, remember, there are more people in this country who struggle with their weight than there are people who do not, right? Kind of thing. We need to stop depersonalizing. We need to be able to have these conversations. It needs to be okay for any of you here to be willing to talk about it or not willing to talk about it. It's your choice, but to be able to have these real conversations. So next, Rita, I'm going to turn it over to you. It's going to be a tough act to follow, but okay. But tell us a little bit about your work at Real Chemistry.
Facts and figures. Oh, could I pick a different one? So first and foremost, thank you. We spend a lot of time, my team and I spend a tremendous amount of time trying to understand this environment. And what I want to say, first and foremost to Nikki and Michelle, is this environment, this environment would be so starving, and I'm using that word purposely, without your voices in it. And all that we can do is make sure that we are continuously codifying those voices and bringing them forward. And what we have realized, especially in the latest advances with the GLP-1s, that the social conversation around obesity, especially related to the GLP-1s, is at its highest volume ever. We track social conversations as a team. At any one month, there is more than 600,000 social conversations happening. That's a lot. When you compare that to MS or you compare it to breast cancer, we're in the single digit thousands. So there is a conversation that is happening. But what we need to be is productive, right? We need that conversation to be productive so that we can actually have an impact on the care that's being delivered. One of the other things that we have looked at, and I was so enriched by the conversation this morning, as we're talking about women, right now, 80% of the prescriptions for the GLP-1s are being written at primary care levels. Primary care physicians, NPs, PAs, right? 67% of those prescriptions are written for women. They're also written by women. Similar ages, similar levels of experience. So when we talk about this in relation to women's health, we have a wonderful, wonderful opportunity right now in women's health, especially when it relates to obesity care. And what we have, our latest report is just issued today. And what we're doing is really looking at the sort of clinical perspective of that and how it actually needs to be translated into real world practice. And that's where we all struggle, right? All of us struggle with those advances coming into sort of the frame, and how does that actually translate into how care is delivered? And so my personal feedback is, please keep those voices at the highest level you can, and our teams will keep those voices propelled. Because these are the statistics, and this is the actual lived experience that needs to be infused continuously into the market, so that the organizations that are moving the clinical advances forward hear them, but also the employers who are paying or not paying are actually putting the right benefit designs in places where that can actually make a difference. And so we are doing our best as an organization to bring those forward. We're working with employer coalitions. We're working across the system, because this is an ecosystem issue, right? This isn't just an obesity care issue. We're looking at this as a way that is actually going to transform how care is delivered, how it's paid for, and how it should be sort of structurally designed.
So Dr. Kahan, I'm going to come back to you. You opened us up, and I'm going to take questions from the audience too. So if folks have burning questions, feel free to come to the microphones. But we've talked about kind of the GLP-1 craze, and you mentioned in your opening comments just getting written a script, right, kind of thing. If you could wave your magic wand and create a system to truly care for people with obesity, what would it look like, right? How would we incorporate these new advancements into it and make sure that care is equitable, accessible, and then delivered with some kind of standard of care? So
one of the things that Nikki referred to, and I actually don't remember if she referred to it now or on the panel that we were on yesterday or on several of the other ones that we've been on before, she used the analogy of cancer care teams. I think that's a wonderful model for lots of areas of chronic disease treatment. So if we could have a range of complementary providers to help patients navigate their obesity and the world of obesity, that would be great. If we could have a team like that that treats patients with thoughtfulness and respect and care and so forth, that would be huge. If the interactions revolve around shared decision making, like Nikki said, have a doctor that comes and explains everything to you and gives you the range of options and the positives and the benefits, because ain't nothing magic here. You know, we have these great GLP-1 medications, but they're not magic, and they only work for a portion of people, and they're still great for a lot of people, but they're not for others, and so forth. And so if we had that thoughtful, informed, shared decision-making model that was standard of care. I mean, it is standard of care in obesity too, but that was actually utilized regularly. And you can keep going on down that analogy. I think that would, that would be my magic wand. And then go even beyond the care team to the sort of the environment in which we live, which is to say, when a cancer patient is prescribed a given chemotherapy, let's say, I think then assuming they're an appropriate candidate and they meet the indications, then the insurance company covers that treatment. That's another, of course, big challenge in our field. And so again, we can continue this analogy, but I think it's a great model to guide thinking in this area.
Going to ask, go ahead, Michelle, jump in. So.
Gonna say, so I, for the early part of my career, I focused on mental health advocacy. And I remember, those of you who are NIHers will remember the RAISE study, which was the first study that was like early, very aggressive intervention and first break psychosis would ultimately show very significantly improved outcomes for the individuals, for patients, regardless of which antipsychotic was utilized. In the mental health community, we always used to say we are like 15 years behind general medicine. People with schizophrenia die 25 years earlier. This is unacceptable. I feel like in the obesity community, we're 15 years behind that, right? In terms of, and I won't continue to use bad words, but in terms of all of the various aspects. So when you walk down the street and you see a person who's homeless and incoherent, I would hope that folks today, their first thought isn't, this is their fault. Hopefully your first thought is this is somebody in need of some kind of intervention or with significant mental illness. And in the mental health community, there are teams called ACT teams, assertive community treatment teams, where exactly what Dr. Kahan articulated, they have very high success rates, and success looks different than it might in other community, and Medicaid pays for them because of it's evidence-based. But these assertive community treatment teams include nutrition counseling, right? It includes medical care. It includes psychosocial care. So, if we can achieve that and achieve reimbursement for that for, an entire forgotten population, and that is people with severe persistent mental illnesses, it seems, I mean, inhumane, I guess, to not have that for other areas of medicine.
Go ahead, Nikki. Yep.
I was just going to say, I want to add one thing to Dr. Kahan's magic wand. Also a parallel with cancer treatment, which is that I follow up with a doctor about my diagnosis every year. I chose to have both my breasts removed. It doesn't matter. I still see this man every year. I would, if I could add to your magic wand, that treatment, that wonderful sort of surround sound wrap around the patient treatment would not stop. Because it does right now after a certain period of time. Obesity is a chronic disease, and people, some people need treatment for it for the remainder of their lives, so it wouldn't stop.
I want to try to hit one of the questions. Oh, we have a question here first, and then go ahead, please.
So as a fellow patient advocate, and even though you all are clearly have done this before, I don't ever want to lose sight of the fact that every time you stand up and tell your stories, it takes a lot of courage. And so I do want to thank you for continuing to step up and put yourself out there, because it is brave. Thank you for that. So in that spirit, I want to ask a hard question, because I notice, here's the thing. The one thing you all have in common as patient advocates is, even though your stories are a little different, you have come to this place recognizing that obesity is a medical problem that you're trying to address in various ways and forms. Because obesity is such a significant risk factor for preeclampsia, which is the thing I deal with, we really struggle with how to talk about this, particularly for patients who have normalized their obesity and who are not willing or able to confront it as a medical condition that they need to strive and try to address. And so that's what starts to cross over into these patient blaming, fat shaming, all of that stuff that we're also trying to deal with. How would you advise around how to deal with the normalization? And this is not the only health condition that we've normalized. This happens in hypertension as well. I was even thinking about the doctor, talking about you sitting down with your patients. What about the number of doctors themselves who are dealing with obesity and have not acknowledged it as a medical condition in themselves, and then therefore they're not necessarily willing or able to bring it up with their patients? So I don't know if I have explained this well enough, but I'm really looking and struggling with writing this fine line, ensuring respect for all people and the things that they're dealing with, but also not ignoring and overlooking the fact that it is a contributor to comorbidities. It is a medical condition that needs to be addressed. If any of you have advice about that, I'm
going to start us off, and then I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Kahan to make a couple comments. Anyone else can too. But I think, one of the realities is that someone could walk by this room right now out the window and weigh 400 pounds. And none of us, unless we are their doctor, know anything about their health, right? So we have to be very clear that just because you live in a larger body doesn't necessarily mean you have obesity, right? Or yet you don't have currently well-treated obesity. That's the project they're working on earlier, that we were telling us about earlier, right? We have to figure that out because our measures are not perfect around that. I think there are some clues, like when you deal with the folks that live in what's called the health at every size movement, or the fat activism, fat acceptance movement. It's still a very small population, but worth recognizing that with them, we don't focus on body weight, right? We focus on health. So if I don't necessarily know that one of them would go visit Dr. Kahan, but if they did, his focus is going to be on their health versus because when you talk about their weight, that may trigger them in a specific way. So I think it's a little bit about messaging moving forward. But I don't know, Dr. Kahan, how many of your patients already think obesity is a disease when they see you, and how many do you have to talk to them about, or do you talk to them about it at all?
So specific to that question, that's changed quite a lot in the past few years. Nowadays, a good amount of people who come in by way of, reading a lot about it, and perhaps some of, social media, in this case, some positives, if there are many, have thought about obesity in this way. So it's less so, but, you go back 5, 7, 10 years, and exceedingly few people thought about obesity in any way outside of, just the aesthetic aspect of it, and typically in a very sort of negative, self-shaming way. And I do think, and in not universally, but in most cases, I think there is a real value in talking with patients and reframing in that way, because it takes it from something that is where the person is feels inherently bad as a person because they're heavy, to instead a condition that affects them. To get more specifically to the question that you brought up, first of all, this is a nuanced area that I think skirts, bridges sort of medicine and psychology and sociology, and such. And I'm no expert at that, but the thing that comes to me is similar to what Joe said. For the most part, weight regulation is driven by what we eat and how much we exercise. And that's not to say that we need to go and tell people eat less and exercise more. But those things can be approached in the absence of having to focus, let alone over focus, on the weight itself. And so for someone that you don't feel comfortable bringing up weight, or for someone that is not interested in losing weight, but who would benefit from that, it's, you can frame it in terms of moving your body in healthy ways to help their health, in terms of addressing what they're eating independent of weight to help their health, in terms of taking a medication that can help, not necessarily to focus on every ounce of weight loss, but because there can be benefits then secondarily on the on risk of preeclampsia or otherwise. And so this is a different way of thinking about it than we normally do, especially in the advocacy space. But in that nuanced situation, that can be a strategy that you can consider.
Go ahead, Nikki, jump in.
Coming from the patient lived experience, I've never, including myself, I've never known a person of size who wasn't aware that they were larger than they should be. And I've never met anybody who didn't correlate that to very specific health conditions that they have. So we know, but you have to understand that in the medical history of somebody with obesity, when you have conversations like you go to the doctor for a hangnail and you're given a lecture about your weight, how you approach the topic is as important as the topic itself. I personally have never responded negatively to a thoughtful conversation about how my weight affects a medical condition in my life. I'm willing to listen. I don't get, upset. I may, change may or may not be a struggle, but two things. One is sort of approaching it from that position of, this affects that. And so I want you to, know about it. But then also going the extra step of, here's what we can do about, here's the resources that we have available to us. Because like, if you just tell me in a doctor's office, okay, you have this condition and your weight is affecting it, and if you lost, some weight, it would make, X, Y, and Z better. Okay, great. But what do I do? Who do I go to? What do I do? What food do I eat? What exercise regimen do I follow? It's like it's still putting a lot of the onus on the patient to do all of these things that they don't really have a lot of guidance to do.
There's people who identify as like weight neutral dietitians, or people who are body neutral experts, right, kind of thing. And so when you find someone in that environment, I think maybe they're the more appropriate person. But again, they are focused on health more than they are specifically on the body size. I am curious. I'm going to ask you one question. When you looked at all those strings, what did you see around this issue, body positivity, some of these more complicated issues around this? So.
Well, I will say one thing too is one of the first sets, and we sort of look at it specifically around who's influencing whom, right? So when we looked at this from a conversation lens very early on, the first set of influencers that were really rising to the top were PCOS. Why? Because they were beginning to sort of tackle their weight, which I agree, Nikki, they've been lectured about for who knows how long, right? And in very what felt to them like discriminatory terms. And here it was, the ability to sort of get access to a GLP-1 in these instances, and they had babies. Ozempic babies, right? That's what they called them. And so that was that sort of first set, right? So what we're seeing is those are the stories that are playing out over and over and over again that are driving sort of a positivity, right? Whereas most people, to Nikki's point, are being sort of, every time they go in, they're being lectured and it feels very discriminatory. In these kinds of instances, we're seeing where it's truly making a marked, meaningful difference, not just in their health, but also in their lives. And so if we can continue to sort of put those in a context, that helps physicians practice, but also helps people live differently. That's the context where we need to go.
I would, I always remember, it was because you use that terminology, I try not to use it, the Ozempic babies term, but if it was a decade ago, we would have been talking about the bariatric surgery babies, right? I mean, there it is, look, significant weight loss, improves fertility in many women.
And I
right,
think
kind of
the
thing.
difference
So,
here is you see it play out on the social channels, right? You see it play out, the before and after pictures, they're very stark. There's an ability for influencers to monetize this in ways that they're actually driving a living based on doing this. We've never seen, right? So I can just say this, been in this industry for over 30 years. People referring to themselves as GLP-1 influencers. We've worked in the pharmaceutical industry a long time. We don't see people relate to a therapeutic category like that, which we're seeing that now. And so we know we're still early. Right now, there's only about 6 million patients. And that's early comparison to the numbers, right? We're still early on, and this market is still developing. But those are the stories that sort of need to be sort of continuously packaged so that we can make this a health issue and not make it a weight issue.
it's really important, right? So, the only influencers should be listened to about utilizing a GLP-1 probably should be your doctor, like Dr. Kahan, right? Actually, especially trained doctor about that, right? It's, look, I'm a patient advocate and I use these medicines, but my advice on these, should not, your doctor should be the one who's leading those conversations, right?
And it's creating a lot of noise, but it's also creating a lot of positive momentum too.
My name is Garima Sharma. I'm a director of women's cardiovascular health at Innova, and I really appreciate this panel. I'm also an obesity and cardiovascular health researcher in women. Much of my work is on the impact of cardiovascular health and pregnancy outcomes. And one of the recent gaps that have really come to my notice in both my clinical practice and my research is that we now have wonderful therapies, just GLP-1s for reduction of weight in the perinatal timeframe, postpartum timeframe, which can optimize this risk factor. But somehow there is a disconnect between prescribing these drugs as well as thoughtful follow-up on the part of clinicians and GYNs on what are the potential downstream outcomes that you mentioned. Adequate counseling, loss of muscle mass counseling, gastric emptying counseling, improved fertility counseling, all of those things that we are not really seeing through the scope of a totality. Second, it's taking away the conversation from the social drivers or social determinants of health that are a lot more upstream than what we are able to impact in a short perinatal timeframe. So I struggle with the fact that although we have great drugs, they're not really improving access. We're not really improving food toxicity, neighborhood toxicity, walkability. We're not improving the conditions in where our patients are actually living. So it's kind of like a dichotomy. Any comments on that?
Yeah, so I'll start and then I'll welcome any other comments. I'll be telling you, I've been working in this for 20, as I said earlier, I've working in this in 20 years. I was there when Mrs. Obama kicked off the Let's Move campaign. I was during the blizzard here in DC. I was in the White House. I got stuck here for 3 days, right? Whatever. Cool experience, right? But anyway, but it is remarkable to me that, in all our efforts to change the food system, that it's actually a drug or a class of drugs that is actually starting to get food companies to think differently about their food systems. We already can see in the purchase data that people's behaviors are changing. So therefore that is driving change. So I think it's early, but maybe to offer a little bit of hope that it might actually be a medicine that drives some of the change we expected, we hoped that food companies would do for other reasons in the past that they'll do now because of this. I still think it's too early to know that, but I think every day we see more and more data coming out along those lines. The other thing that I will tell you that as you talk about, okay, we just give people a medicine, and Dr. Kahan mentioned this earlier, like one of the things I see is, for many of us, myself included, so I've been in 20 behavioral programs in my life. So if you told me as my doctor, I need to go to another behavioral program, I'm going to tell you, well, why? I don't think there's anything else I need to know, right? Kind of thing. However, when I started the GLP-1, I realized I did need a behavioral program, but it wasn't bolting on one of these old behavioral programs that was out there in the past before, because for the first couple months, you don't want to eat at all, right? So we have to talk about making sure I at least eat something correctly. And then as I'm a year out and I've started losing muscle mass, but the advice that I've always received before, which is all this cardiovascular activity, now has to switch to weight-bearing activity, right? And so it had to change. So I think that's a gap. I think one of the reasons why you don't see it is because what's offered now, I mean, unless you go to, see someone like Dr. Kahan, doesn't exist, right? Kind of thing. It's not existing in a format that's spreadable to, what you said, 6 million people. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
6 million people?
6 million.
And so I think that's where we are right now. So, but I'm welcome anyone else who'd like to comment on that. Any other comments?
So I think that I agree. And what I was thinking about as you were speaking, for my career, at some point when you work at a company that's based, in a different city, you need to move to the mothership. So we moved to the mothership in Indianapolis from 05 to 07. And I immediately gained 20 pounds. Like I can gain weight I was always able to gain weight quite readily, but I mean, within weeks, because life was so different in the suburbs of a Midwestern city. Like I would drive down to corporate headquarters, and there's an enormous parking lot, and there was a bus that picked people up, and like it was a big parking lot, but like not bigger than most department store parking lot. I mean, yeah, a lot bigger actually, but still, like you can walk it, but there was no walking path. Like literally, to be an employee at this particular plant site, you weren't allowed to walk from your car because you passed manufacturing facilities. And so there was this built-in significant barriers. And at that time, again, 05 to 07, despite, it being a, healthcare focused company, Fridays were tenderloin day. To me, a tenderloin is like a filet of mignon or something. It's actually this enormous piece of pork that's deep fried and then served on top of potatoes and gravy in bread, right? And even when I was obese, even at that time, I never ate like that. I mean, I just didn't. But when in Rome, gained 20 pounds. And I mean, I joked about I realize that depending on the geography in which you are, relocating, I thought about when we moved back home to DC from there, I really, really, really felt like I stuck out like a sore thumb, because even that differential in weight that I had gained out there, was markedly different than the neighborhood in which I live, where people do walk places. And so, I wish there were an easy answer to what you're talking about, other than move to Amsterdam. That could be awesome. Everybody bites there, but. Yeah.
The question that I have, and Rika, you'll know this, we started the conversation this afternoon about trust in science. And it's amazing to me that with supposedly so much distrust in science, that we are trusting GLP-1 influencers with no medical background.
You are indeed.
Around this. So is there anything you learned that can help us in the broader improving trust in science? I mean, how do you reconcile that? And I think you had a couple of theories around why that is.
Well, and I think you have the GLP-1 influencers, and you also have an additional set of, let's just call it noise, right, in this community right now, with the ability of the med spas and the compounding pharmacies sort of addressing the shortages, right? So you now introduced a whole, what we refer to as sort of a gray market, right? Which is also putting additional burden on physician practices, right? Because at some level, if I go to Dr. Kahan, but for whatever reason I can't get access, I can now go down the street to a med spa, or I can just go on my phone, as I can, because Henry Med sends me their Labor Day specials like every day now, because it's my job. But that is also sort of adding to this as well. But there is, to your point, Janice, what we're seeing is almost a blinded trust in what people are believing, that this is sort of a miracle. So there is an opportunity to sort of take advantage of that audience, because it's a captured audience now, to be able to provide us education to sort of drive that into, because let's be clear, there are 90 obesity products in pipelines today. So we are going to continue to have this conversation over the next 20 years. And so the 10 or 15 or 30 years, which I think is 30, that we're behind, there is an ability to sort of accelerate that conversation. And if we can do it well, in terms of putting the right sort of medical education in place, we have to infuse that into sort of medical school plan, all of those things, that those opportunities are there now. It's a shame that they weren't there previously. But if they are there now, then we need to figure out how to take advantage of that.
Joe, can I say something real quick? I'm wearing my marketer hat here. I run digital marketing for a nonprofit for a living. And I understand influencers to be particularly effective for brands and organizations because people listen to people. And influencers are particularly effective because they're not talking to complete strangers. It's not like a commercial, because if commercials were more effective, commercials are what companies would use. You're talking to a person that you follow day in, day out, who has shared personal details of their lives with you, what they eat, how they cook, what they, how they dress, what they're buying, and things like that. But then the question becomes, okay, well, why does the average person sitting in their living room scrolling their phone on TikTok trust the influencer more than they trust their medical team? And I think that part of that, you can't get into that conversation without acknowledging that part of that has to do with the fact that people consider obesity a personal problem, a character defect. It's my job to deal with my obesity. So if this person who I know, I follow them day in, day out, I agree with everything, I aspire to be them, they lost all of this weight with this GLP-1, then it's going to work for me too, as opposed to saying, hey, I have a medical condition that, I'm part of the factors that are influencing it, but there are other factors that I don't have any control over, and I need to go and seek medical help from a team. It's, we feel like it's our fault, and it's up to us to address our weight.
It's also impossible to find that team, right? No offense. I mean, there are not that many Dr. Kahans in the country, right? And if you wanted, there might be 50 of those places in the country. And you might, I don't know what the waiting list would be to see Dr. Kahan, but I imagine it's pretty long, right? Kind of thing. And so it's just easier, right? To say, hey, I'm going to test this person. It's not that long to wait. It's not that long. Okay. Sorry. Not to discourage anyone who wants to go see them, but that's the reality of, I think, what we're facing here. I think the other thing that plays into this, and we'll let this wrap at the end, we'll maybe let folks make some closing comments, but I was at university, I had a professor, a marketing professor. I'm a microbiology and cell science major. I don't know why I had a marketing class, but somewhere in there I took a marketing class. And he told me the story of, hey, we're going to develop the perfect product. And this is a product, he goes, it's going to be a miracle pill that causes people to lose weight. And we're going to promise every one of those people double their money back if they don't lose weight. And of course, everyone's in the class like, well, we'd lose our shirt. Like, how can you promise that everyone's going to ask for their money back? And he actually pointed something out about people with obesity, is that, look, they all blame themselves. So they're not actually going to say that this isn't working or it didn't work or ask for their money back, because they're going to solely blame themselves. And I think that in some ways, kind of these black marketers and some of these people on the internet selling these GLP-1s are simply drug dealers, right? You're not even seeing a doctor or a nurse practitioner or anyone. They're literally, getting this stuff at the barber shop, like, kind of thing. That's a drug dealer, right? Let's be honest. But I think they're taking advantage of that, right? Kind of thing. And so that's the world we're living in right now. And that that challenge is what's making us address, like, we need to build the evidence around this, make sure we're doing the right kind of research, identifying the right people who are going to benefit, really commit to the science so we can drown out those people who are doing the wrong thing. So I don't know if it's anti-science as much as kind of the culture of obesity playing into this. So, yeah. But before we wrap up, any of our panelists, any final comments, anything we missed that you really needed to say today? I know we're a few minutes over, but go ahead, Nikki.
I just wanted to chime in with a comment that I was going to make a couple minutes ago, which is, about sort of, we were talking about environment and, things going on around you. And don't discount sort of the ground zero for anybody with obesity, which is your own home. Sometimes you are the only person in your household who is addressing your weight. And sometimes you don't have control over what other people bring into your environment. This is a constant struggle. For years, I was a single mom and I had 2 kids. So I controlled everything that came into my house. And my daughters were so adept. I would even put up videos on my blog about how they were adept at reading food labels and all that good stuff. And then I got into a relationship where somebody else came into the house. I can't tell this person what to eat and what not to eat. And at the same time, I know that I have self-control issues around food. And, on the one hand, you can say, well, if they love me, they won't bring that stuff around me. But, everybody has the right to live their life the way they want to. I feel particularly fortunate because everybody in my household at least wants the best for me and is rooting for me, even if they have their own food vices. But so many people live in environments where their families are not rooting for them, where they are actively being sabotaged on a regular basis, leaving the kids with you so that you can't go to the gym or even go on a walk, buying foods that they know that you can't really pass by, or planning things around food when, especially for bariatric patients, that's one of the hardest things in the first year, is that you literally cannot eat that much and everything seems to be planned around food. And so, just sort of recognizing that home is like one of those places, like teaching, I feel like that's one of the single most powerful things that, some type of practitioner, I don't know necessarily whether it's a medical doctor or somebody else, can do, is arm patients with the ability to manage their home life in an environment where maybe they are a person who is addressing their weight, but other people in the household are not.
I want to thank our distinguished panel. Let's give them a round of applause, and thank you for participating so actively today. And thank you for FNIH for letting us talk about obesity. I know it's not an easy topic to talk about, but we're very much appreciative that you gave us this opportunity. So thank you very much.
Okay, we are going to do some polling with all of you and get your input and your thoughts based on what you've heard here. So in a minute, you'll see a QR code come up. So if you can grab your phone and scan the QR code. And I'll give you a minute to get that. Plenty of screens around the room to get that QR code. So the first, okay.
We're going to be doing a couple questions. Just leave the screen up and we'll just cycle through them and it should refresh on your phone or your computer.
Okay, very good. So the first question that we thought would be appropriate is to start big picture and ask you, what really surprised you based on the panel that you just saw on the emerging obesity treatments and living with obesity? So what surprised you? So it does appear that there were some surprises. Ineptitude of providers, right? Or nothing surprised me. So kind of depending on where you're coming from, but it does appear that it was informative and educational for all of us. I think the other theme that really came through was the lack of a holistic approach and support, and considering and thinking about obesity as a medical condition and treating it as a medical condition. You know, Nikki's example of comparing the holistic and arms around her approach when she had cancer versus, you know, her experience in dealing with obesity is a pretty stark example. But like women's health this morning, I think there's a high degree of awareness around this, and attitudes are changing. And I think I think that's why we thought it was an important topic to address here among a cross-functional stakeholder group that we have. Because there's a lot that we can all do by working together to continue to, you know, raise the voices, you know, change the perceptions, reduce the stigma, get a more holistic approach. Okay. Did you want to go to the second question? Okay. Okay, so this one's a multiple choice now. What do you see as the main priority to assist patients in making treatment decisions? Early access. Oh boy. Oh, all of a sudden. Yeah. Yeah. Better understanding of side effect management. Alleviating fat bias and stigma. Some of the others. So we see the percentages here coming up. So long-term effects and alleviating fat bias, yes. So this is very helpful as we think about sort of top priorities, and as we think through, is there an opportunity for any kind of public-private partnership to work in this particular area? We already saw the new measurement that's being, that project that's underway, but what else can we be doing in this area? So this information, this data will be very helpful for us as we go back and kind of synthesize. Great. I think that was the last polling question. One more? Oh, yes. What role should the FNIH play? Public-private partnership. Oh, you didn't get that question?
It should refresh on itself. You have to escape.
Yep. So pretty strong around all of the above, which is great. But certainly understanding the comorbidities, the new measures will be very, very helpful. So excellent. Great. Okay, thank you very much for participating. So Tanya?
Us a little bit.
Makes me feel like we should not have rushed through the breakout sessions because we have some time now. But I'll do a very quick job of summarizing what has been a very information dense meeting. So first of all, a round of applause for all of the people who shared their personal stories. As Lainey said, it's an act of courage to stand in front of people and talk about yourself, and to be vulnerable is not the easiest thing. So I'm very grateful to the folks who were willing to do that with a lot of strangers, and we hope that we can help build better programs as a result of this. So the way the program was structured in the morning was to just get a general idea of overall women's health, and then give everybody a little taste of how we build programs. And so the idea for the panel was more an education, and the idea of the breakout groups was an action item that we could do together. The short talks we designed that way because we wanted to give you a bird's eye view on the types of programs that FNIH builds and things that we have done well in the past. And then this panel particularly was really helpful because it is a deeper dive into the nuances of a condition that we cannot really cover if you are in a breakout group or you're talking a much higher level, but you're actually hearing patient experiences. So I hope there was a little method to the madness, and I hope it sort of comes through at the end why we structured it this way. We wanted you to have all of those experiences as part of this meeting. So to summarize, I think what I heard from the panel in the morning is that since women have been actively excluded from research until 1990, there is an obvious gap in knowledge. And even though we now require there to be women in all clinical trials, there is no requirement for reporting on sex-specific differences in finding or lack thereof. So we really don't know. I think I heard several people say or allude that, in fact, there are, it's not really translatable. The results from male animals and male humans are not really that easy to transpose to women. And so we do need to think about what is an effective strategy to do sex-specific funding in females research. So I think this is something that we will have to think about a little bit and work with our colleagues at NIH to see what we can do about that. The second thing that became obvious was that there was a clear lack of awareness of the huge economic impact that women suffering from all of these diseases, which are either chronic or disproportionately impacting women, has on the workforce and our economy. And maybe that is a way to get some money moving into the system, if you will, because there was a clear challenge with smaller companies exiting and being bought by big pharma, which is a traditional model. But that maybe there are other creative strategies for us to work on. And then finally, many of the panelists shared several very interesting resources that have been co-developed, and we'll make sure to collect that and send it over to everybody. I personally made note about HFpEF. We have a program on a large HFpEF program, which is recruiting. We have definitely got goals set for how many women and how many men and what's the racial divide. And I will definitely be talking to the investigators there to see if we can power it and get some answers based on that. So almost immediately, just also what Kim said, we can do these things because we have ongoing studies. I think the breakout groups had very interesting readouts. I'm going to try and summarize a little bit. In the heart disease, it was very interesting. The quality of life indices, which have been around for a while, have not really been validated in women. And that is sadly not surprising, but potentially low-hanging fruit that we can address. The cardiovascular outcome measures should probably be studied specifically in women. And then different presentations between women and men should be documented as such and not be an atypical thing, which makes it sound more sporadic than it is, obviously. And is there a way that we can dig into the existing data? There's a lot of data in cardiovascular diseases and just understand if there are sex-specific differences. I will say that your leaders for each breakout groups will be meeting after the fact, and we'll be discussing it. In the coming weeks, you'll hear from us as to what we can possibly do in collaboration. So thank you for your input, and we will absolutely be following up. For endometriosis, I heard, not surprisingly, underfunding, underdiagnosing. And of course, like most diseases, it's heterogeneous and is often found in clusters with other diseases. There was a conversation about pediatric onset, which makes underfunded space even more challenging to find funding for, but we are not scared here. We can work on this. There is a potential for biomarker discovery through menstrual fluid. And so some kind of a biobank for that is definitely within the remit of what FNIH can work on and something that we can work with our colleagues to figure out. But primarily, I think early diagnosis and improved monitoring came up as the two main areas. And I think I heard we launched a program in preeclampsia last year, and in conversations with several companies, one of them happened to be doing biomarker work in endometriosis, and they told us that it's an average of 7 years delay in women being diagnosed with endometriosis, and just imagine for a fertility window, what that means for that woman. And if we could even diagnose people early, it would be an enormous benefit to the health of that woman. So I think this is something we can definitely work on. I found the lupus group to have the most robust conversations in terms of the complexity of all the things that need to be done, which was interesting to me because the first note was, is lupus a comorbidity, or is it a presentation? Is it a symptom? Is it it's the fact that we don't know this yet in this sort of spectrum of autoimmune diseases. It's quite telling because a lot of research has been done on lupus. And so it was interesting to me and definitely caught me by surprise. There is there was strong statements on diversity and inclusion of non-white populations in clinical trials. And then the fact that, of course, like so many autoimmune diseases, they travel, it's hard to do a differential diagnosis, and are there ways to do that easier? And the group has identified a couple of resources with sort of target patient registries, which I think can be extremely helpful in this kind of work. And again, early diagnosis and understanding of manifestations remains the main sort of top line issue that people want to work on. Does that, I know I see all three of the leaders here. Is there anything I missed in the workout? Okay. The short talks, I'm not going to review the lunch. I think lunch was okay. The short talks, I think from the AMP-ALS, the Accelerating Medicines Partnerships Program are these big umbrella programs that build sort of databases and knowledge gathering exercises. But I think you heard from Alessio that not only were persons with lived experiences instrumental in sort of just having a seat at the table, but that we didn't consider one person was not the checkbox activity. There were several groups that were involved, and they actively worked on what kind of clinical outcomes make sense for the disease, which I think is so important, and an area where persons with lived experience can continue to contribute. And I know that there is a lot going on in that space, so stay tuned, and you'll hear more from us about that. I really liked Melissa and Faith's back and forth discussion on how the study is being designed, because in the real world, it's all difficult to do, right? So how we do it and for you to see how we do it, I think was really helpful. And Kim, I'm so glad that you shared with us like how important it is, the use of biomarkers, because this is something that I struggle with when I talk to patients, and I'm like, hey, we're doing a program in biomarkers. Well, when are we going to get the next drug? I'm like, I cannot answer that question, but this is why biomarkers are important, why we need your input. And I actually made a note to myself that I probably want to have that recording clipped out so we can show it to patients, because it is really helpful to see. You know, it took a few years, but it has had an enormous impact on how patients are stratified and into the better medicines for them. So thank you for doing that for us. And then I think finally for the obesity panel, this was, you know, as Julie mentioned, this is not my day job. My day job is I oversee the metabolic diseases group along with Melissa Reyes. And so this is an area of very high interest for me because we work on so many metabolic diseases. And we've been hearing for so many years now that if you just lose weight, you know, if everybody just loses weight, all of their diseases will get better. And in fact, it is looking like that is true. And so, but in speaking with Rita, I was just fascinated by how something that is a very serious medicine, the GLP-1 agonists and antagonists, are starting to become so commonplace in sort of social, I don't know how to say it, influencers, right? It was just very interesting. And I thought it would be a good conversation for us to hear, not just people who live with obesity and the perspectives that they bring, which were just amazing, but how the field is evolving. And as researchers, as we move forward, we are going to definitely have a point at which, you know, we had the before GLP-1 drugs and after, and looking at data across those two cohorts is going to be fascinating and really important. But this is a field that's evolving so fast that I'm really looking forward to further development. So I hope you made some friends, got to learn a little bit more about what the foundation does, how we do it. And I think I'm gonna let you out of here 20 minutes ahead of schedule. So that's good, but what? Oh, I'm sorry. We had that 20 minutes will be taken up by posing for pictures in the lobby. And then we'll go to Hello Betty. Hello Betty is just a little, thank you. I'm very directionally challenged. So Trey's helping me out. It's over that way, but we'll all walk over. If you prefer to take a car or an Uber, we definitely have the opportunity for that. So come see me and we can taxi over. Julie, did you